once again. Today we have two games, not like yesterday just one, because yesterday Zach and Kostya faced off against each other. Today that will not be the case again, so we will have two games as you can see. So welcome to everyone just joining in chat. Welcome. We are streaming from 3 accounts today also. From the account of Zach, the Chess Dojo account, and also from my own account. So that's also quite nice. So yeah, today I'm very excited and we will have two very nice games. So yeah, we will have Kostya, who has an issue with his webcam, it seems, at the moment. Oh no, it's fine. And I also have to delay the camera of Zach. So maybe it's best if I pause and rewind and then just wait, because there has to be a delay of 15 minutes. And I have to wait for like 5 minutes and then you'll be able to see Zach's cam. So I'll look at the clock. Yes, that's good. Okay, Kostya seems to have some kind of issue with his camera, but I don't really know. Okay, maybe it's okay. Hopefully. Yeah, so the games have not started yet. So in real life they have started, but we will have to wait for 15 minutes. So yeah, that's kind of like the way it is. Let's check on this. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we will have to wait. So chat, how has your day been? What's happening? Yeah, let me just check on the camera here. Yeah, it seems to be good. And today Kostya's game will be a little bit earlier than Zach's game, about like 5 minutes. So Kostya will start playing before Zach, which is also quite interesting. By the way, chat, are you even able to hear me? I think you are. I think you are, but actually I'm not quite sure. Yeah, here we see Kostya adjusting his pieces. His game will start in a few minutes. We will just have to wait for that. And then also Zach's game, let me check. 11:46, okay. So you will be able to see Zach also, but we just have to wait a little bit so that we have 15 minutes of delay. So yeah, right now I can tell you who their opponents are. As you can see on the screen, we have two games. So Zach is playing against Alexandro Belliman. Belliman, I don't know. It's Italian. I don't really know how to pronounce it. I think Alexandro Belliman. Yes, he's a pretty strong player, rated 2144, and he is born in 2010. So he's a big prodigy, I have to say. He's very good for his age. He is the favorite against Zach. And yeah, he's born in 2010. So that's crazy, like a crazy strong opponent. But Kostya also has a crazy strong opponent, because Kostya is playing against a GM from Spain, Daniel Liel. And I've also played a tournament with him in Spain, Formentera Chess Festival. We both played there, and I think he's a very, very nice guy. And he also knows how to play chess, so that will be very exciting. I also think the game of Zach will be very exciting. Let's check. Yeah, only 1 minute remaining, then you'll be able to see. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying that I have to do this on stream, but it is what it is. I also could have waited some minutes before, but I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So yeah, Kostya just started the clock, I believe. I believe he did. And also it's game time now. I think the games will start in any second, and yes, e4 c5 played. Hopefully today the live boards work better than yesterday. Let's see. Knight f3, we get the open Sicilian. Right now it's looking very, very good with the live boards. Knight c6 has been played. No moves yet on Zach's board, but we can check how much time there is. Oh, yeah. So let's go back and start. Yes, that's perfect. So yeah, we just have to wait a little for this to work. But yeah, Kostya's cam is working just fine. Hello, hello, welcome in chat. Welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see what's going on here with his cam. I don't know, I think we'll just have to wait for that. But yeah, in the meantime we get the Roccolimo. D takes c6, d3. Okay, so this is interesting opening, in my opinion. And we also get moves on Zach's board. Perfect. We have exactly the same opening. Another... Okay, no Rossolimo here. But we had the exact same opening on both boards. Which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Okay, I don't really know. I don't know what's happening with Zach's camera. It shouldn't be on my side because Kostya's cam is working perfectly. So I don't know. Maybe I can refresh, but then the delay might be wrong, so I'm not sure if I want to do that. For now, I think I'll just wait a second and see if the issue solves itself, and if it doesn't, then I'll do that. Okay, so on Zach's board we have a classical Sicilian with the sharp bishop g5 line, and I think Zach will be prepared, but his opponent is also prepared, I can tell you that. So we might have a fight of theory on that board. So Zach playing immediately, all the moves are happening very, very quickly, which is indicating that both of the players still know this line. And yeah, it's looking very normal. I think now you go f3 here. I think that's a move. Yes, f3 has been played indeed. Yeah, for some reason you have troubles with the Sicilian. Yes, Sicilian is arguably the most complicated opening there is in the entirety of chess. Okay, I will refresh this. Let's see what happens. Oh, there's an ad. Yes. Yeah, Sicilian is very complicated, and there are also so many different lines. Okay, let's see. Yes. Okay, this is working. Now I have to delay it 15 minutes. exactly right here. Yes, now we are all set, I think. Okay, so we have both the cameras, we have both the live boards, we have everything we need. We even have the clocks. The live boards were updated, so live is great. So bishop e7 has been played on in Zach's game. Seems very normal so far. Now you can go king b1, I believe. But there are also different moves. Like you always end up taking on f6 somehow, and the pawn takes back. That happens in a lot of those classical Sicilians. And then black has this interesting pawn structure with the pawns on d6, e6, f6, and f7. And it's pretty double-edged and also a pretty sharp line. Okay, so let's check the boards. Do the boards match the position we have on the live boards? That would be amazing. Very amazing. But I don't know that because the boards are pretty small, to be honest, at least in my stream. Okay, I can check here. Ah, yes, looks pretty good. b3. Okay, so there's a little bit of delay for Kostya's game, but that's not a problem at all. And for Zach's game, h6 has been... Yes, that's perfect. So Zach's game is perfect. Oh, but... Okay, so let's... I will go... I don't know why this happened, but I'll go here. And now there should also be only 15 minutes delay. Yeah, so that's better, I believe. Okay, and now we're all set. Okay, so Zach and Alexandro are definitely having a theoretical fight. h6 and h5 has been played. The idea behind h5 is to restrict white's play on the king side. Now it's very hard to go for this g4 idea. Like in a lot of Sicilians, you go for a king side attack, black castles the short way, and then white attacks here, and black attacks here. And then it's a very, very double-edged position. And now h5 is an interesting idea to prevent the idea of pushing this pawn to g4. You can still go bishop e2, sorry, in order to go for this g4 idea again. So that would be a move to prepare g4. But if you go bishop e2 and then g4 next move, black might be able to take, and then at least the pawn on e4 might become a weakness. So it's not very easy to go for this g4 idea here. And maybe you have to kind of switch plans. So king b1, that makes a lot of sense. That's always an idea in the Sicilian, to put your king to safety, and b1 is the best square for the king. You don't want to go to a1, that's a little bit too far in the corner. b1 is just fine, because the rook might land, or the queen. Oh, an engine not approving of this. But yeah, he still knows this, and this is not the strongest engine in the entire world. So yeah, this is still a theory played by Alexandro. And what I wanted to say is the king goes to b1 to prophylactically defend against the idea of a heavy piece landing on the c file. So the rook can go to c8 or the queen to c7, or we might see both of those moves happening. And then there's a lot of pressure on the c file. So it's a prophylactic move, but it's always a good idea to put your king on b1 to get out of the c file. So Zach is starting to take a think here, I believe. So it seems like he is out of book after queen c7. I know that he always prepares a lot, And maybe this was a surprise for him, because my engine also kind of went up after queen e7. So yeah, now it's still like this is not a mistake or anything, and Alexandro still knows this, so it's a surprise. But objectively speaking, it might not be the absolute best. But still, obviously, this is no mistake. This is not inaccurate or anything. It's only maybe like the second best move or the third best move, not the best. But I don't know. It might also be the best if you check with a strong engine. But yeah, Zach will start to take a think, and we can go over to Kostya's game. It's also an interesting position. We have those Rossolimo double pawns on the c file, on c6 and c5, and they might be a weakness, but they might also be a strength because they are controlling a lot of squares. So look at this, all of those central squares are controlled, and it's hard for white to play in the center, but white might have this c4 square, so they might a knight might land on c4 and put some more pressure on e5. If you go knight c4 right now, then maybe after a move like f6, the knight could get kicked back from c4 with the move b5. So maybe it's a good idea to go a4 first in order to prevent this idea of b5, or maybe not prevent, but at least to fight against it. So a4 is always a good move in those kind of positions when you're fighting for this outpost on c4. The dream for white would be if you go a4, and now if if black plays a6, this would be pretty bad strategically speaking because of the move a5, and then next we will get knight c4, and just to illustrate my point, say this and this happens. Now white is already better by a huge margin, so that the knight on c4 is perfectly situated. This outpost is a great square for the knight, and also the pawn on b7 is restricted. You can't really move the pawn ever in your life, and this would be the dream for white. But obviously Kostya will not let this happen, and also a4 has not been played yet, so he's still taking a short think here. So maybe he is out of book here. I don't know if this was his prep, because I think Kostya played like the best moves there are, and knight d7 is super logical here. The pawn on e5 was hanging. You are moving the same piece twice, so the knight moved to f6, and now it's moving again to d7. So you already spent 2 moves with your knight, but sometimes it's necessary to break like the golden rules of the opening in chess, because the pawn on e5 was hanging, and you have to do something about that. So knight d7 is very logical. The knight now is only a little bit in the way of the bishop on c8. So the bishop would like to jump over the knight, go to e6. That would be a dream. That would be very, very good. But also you don't have to rush with moves like that. You can first of all go for short castles and then do something on the queen side. So we might see the bishop landing on a6 in the future. That would be also a different alternative. Or we might see the knight going away, going somewhere else, and then the bishop can go to e6. And so black has a lot of time here. There are no concrete threats right now. The position is not very sharp. So it's not very equal and nothing is happening. That's not what I'm saying. But it's not like the sharpest position you can have. So it's just like a normal position which you can get in the Rossolimo, which is the opening where white goes bishop b5 and gives up the bishop pair advantage to weaken black's pawn structure, and white is arguing that the pawn structure is better for white, and black has some weak pawns, and also this c4 square. And black is arguing that black has the bishop pair advantage and wants to kind of open up the position somehow, but that's pretty hard because there are no very good pawn breaks at the moment. A disadvantage of having the pawns like this is that it's hard for you to ever go for this move f5, because let's say you go for f5 and those two pawns trade off, then you end up with this weak pawn on e5, and long term, a lot of arrows, long term this pawn is a weakness, and there's the e4 square, and white will just put the rooks on the e file and put a lot of pressure on this pawn. So that would not be very good for Kostya. But we might see f5 at some point if you get like some activity in return. Then it might be possible. But yeah, I don't know if this will happen on the board. I think the pawn will move at some point, but not two squares, but one square, creating the connect 3 pawn chain. And every pawn is defending the pawn in front of that, so the pawn on e5 would be safe, and then we'll see one maneuver after the other. I guess you move your knight somehow, so you go here, and then the bishop goes to e6 at some point, rook goes to d8, maybe the other one, I'm not really sure. But the good thing here is that you have many different options, so you have many different possibilities to play different moves. So yeah, it's a pretty flexible setup. And meanwhile, Zach is still thinking, as you can see here on the clock. His opponent is still in his prep, and he's also left the board. So he is in prep, and I think I will predict that he still knows a lot of moves after this. So what these young guys, maybe I'm also still a young guy, what they, or maybe what we are doing, is that we are just preparing such long and deep variations. And bishop g5 back, okay, interesting. So bishop g5, okay, that's an interesting move. To me it seems a little bit slow, because let's rewind here for a second. The bishop went to g5, and then it got picked away, and now after h5, king b1, now it moves back. So you went to g5, then to e3, and then back to g5. So you've already moved the bishop 3 times. Okay, yeah, the bishop belongs to g5 probably, but to give up a move to put the bishop on g5, I don't know about that. I don't know. Now I think we will see a move like knight e5 or something like that. And his opponent also seems to be surprised. I said that he will know a lot more theory, a lot more moves after this. But now he's also starting to take a think. Yeah. So bishop g5 is a surprise for Zach's opponent, because you're moving the bishop just the 3rd time already, and I don't really know what's the idea behind that move. Does he want to take on f6 and then go for g4 or something like that? Maybe that's the idea. Here you also, this is interesting. You give up your bishop, but then you have to calculate what happens if the bishop takes, but then there might be some tricks around the d6 pawn. But it's pretty complicated actually. So let's just say black, I don't know if black wants to castle actually, because that might run into this huge attack with the g4 pawn. So maybe black does not want to do that. Maybe we can just try and see what happens. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay, it is bad, yeah. Yeah, white will get a pretty big attack here. So that's not the way you want this game to continue probably. But you also have to figure it out what to play exactly. Probably if the king goes to g8, you should be able to just go g4, and there's no way that black will take twice on g4, because then black would just open up all of the files around the black king. So let's just show that. We go here, then there might already be some tactics. Yeah, this is just completely winning. Maybe just rook g1 now. Ah, there's queen g5, that's even stronger. So this is tactically just completely winning for Zach already. But what I wanted to say is, even if this was not possible, then it's still you're opening up your own king, and that's not what you want to do. So after short castle, g4 is an interesting move, and then it's already a little bit difficult for black to kind of defend his own king, and white would definitely be faster with the attack, because this pawn is already on h5. It wanted to restrict this g4 push, but if you put your king on g8, then white can definitely sack a pawn, maybe even two, to get a huge attack, and then it will be pretty difficult for the king to find safety. So yeah, bishop g5. Yeah, it's kind of like maybe a waste of a tempi, but I'm not sure. It's interesting at least. I would really like to know what's the idea behind it. Does he want to take on f6? Because then, yeah, you moved your bishop 4 times to trade off a knight. So I don't know if that's the way to go. To go bishop g5, bishop e3, bishop g5, and then give up the superior bishop for the knight on f6. That would be 4 moves, and then you trade off for a knight which is only moved 1 time. So I'm not sure if that's what Zach wants to do, but otherwise I'm not really seeing a plan. Maybe he also just wants to prevent this short castle idea, but I think that's not what black wants to do anyway. I think black will just leave the king in the center for now. Probably go rook c8, maybe knight e5, knight c4, something along the lines of that. I think knight e5 right now should be a pretty good move. That's this standard idea of putting a knight on c4, and then white most of the time gives up this bishop on f1 for the knight. So let's say white just makes a move. I don't even know what to do here. Say you go f4, and then knight c4 might happen. Oh no, knight c4 might not happen because of... Okay, this... Ah, yes, okay. So this is pretty concrete actually. You can take. And now I think you go e5. Yeah, e5 takes, and yeah, you should just... Yeah, it should just be completely winning. Yes, I can also see the engine, not the engine moves, but the eval bar. So yeah, this is completely winning actually. So yeah, e5 could happen, and now it's completely losing. Let's just go, like if you take here, you take back, And after a move like knight d5, anything is winning here because the king is still in the center and you open up the board, so then it will be very, very hard to even continue the game. Not to say impossible. So for example, this, and then if you take here, then knight f5, something like this, and the game is completely over, and you can just resign here. So it's a very interesting idea here. So bishop g5 looks a little bit weird, but as you see, it has a lot of ideas. So it's a little bit like, it's not prophylaxis, but it's preventing a lot of the ideas from the black side. So as we saw, you can't really castle, and if you play knight e5 after f4, you can't really go to c4, but maybe you can go to g4, and if you ever move the pawn to f4, then you create this hole on g4, and it will be very hard to get rid of that knight on g4. So yeah, that's a little bit difficult. Like if you move a pawn, then you create a new weakness. So you have to be sure about every single pawn move. If you move this pawn, then this hole on g4 is a little bit annoying actually. So I don't know if he wants to do that. So let's see. If he goes knight e5 and then that goes f4, then maybe he will just play knight g4. Put the knight on g4. That's not the standard idea to go for knight c4 and trade off this bishop. But the knight on g4 is pretty well placed actually. And now Zach has to think about what he wants to do. Maybe at some point he can play f5 or e5, something like that. But also it's not that easy to push that through because everything is pretty well defended at the moment. And Black's plan is to at some point start his own attack and go for b5, b4, then a5, a4, b3 or a3, something like this. Just push the pawns and open the files and go for a huge attack on the queen side. And white wants to go for an attack in the center or maybe on the king side. So black will leave the king in the center for a few more moves. But if f4 happens, then you might also just castle the short way, because then you get your rook into the game and your king is not as weak as it was before. So white can't open up a lot of files fast like white was able to do before, because g4 is never possible here. So yeah, there were a lot of errors there, and this is also a little bit far from the game. So bishop g5, interesting move, got Alexandro out of his prep. So he is starting to take a long think here. As we can see on his cam, he kind of looked a little bit annoyed there. Yeah, maybe he is a little bit annoyed that he didn't study this move, and now he's not finding the best move for black. And yeah, that happens quite a lot to me actually. When I study an opening and then my opponent just surprises me, then I kick myself during the game. Why didn't you study this? Why didn't you look at that? So yeah, that's a little bit annoying when that happens. But at least you know that the move that was played is not like the best or the second best move. So Zach's opponent knows right now that bishop g5 is not the best move according to Engine. And it also looks a little bit weird at first, but it's a tricky move. So while Alexandro is taking a think, let's look at the other game where GM Daniel is also taking a think. So this was definitely a surprise for him. this knight d7 move, but I'm actually not really sure why. I have to admit that I'm not an expert here, but in this, oh sorry, bishop g5. In this position here, the pawn on e5 is hanging, so you basically only have two options. You could either play bishop d6, or you can go knight d7. And I think knight d7 just looks way more useful and just better, in my opinion, because then you can go f6 and protect the pawn once again. And if you go bishop d6 here, then it might just, oh, there might just be knight c4. Yeah, that's horrible. And now you will lose your bishop, and then it's not a pretty good position, because this bishop is just a beast, and there's no counterpart anymore, because this bishop gets traded off, and then it's just better for white. So as you can see by the engine, this would be very, very bad. So here knight d7 is the only move. So maybe Daniel still knows this, and he wants to kind of psych out Kostya, and we will see his prep on the board. Or he just played this like out of intuition, so he didn't really prep anything, because he saw, okay, Kostya is a strong player, he knows his openings, let's not do anything crazy. And he just went for the Rosso Limo and thought, I'll get a position and then I'll just play the position that I get. That's also completely fine to do that, actually. I do this also like sometimes, but not a lot. Not a lot. But sometimes I do that. I just play opening where I don't really analyze and then just see what happens. So maybe that was the case, but yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we can ask Kostya after the game if he had the chance to ask his opponent. So that would be pretty interesting, because it's only move 9, so 8 moves have been played, and he is still taking a think. We can check on the actual cam with the, oh, I'm sorry for that, on the actual cam with the live board. But yeah, it looks like he is still taking a think, and yeah, still thinking. Kostya is still at 130, which is good news. Still, all of the time he started with is on his clock. And we will see a move. Wait, what did he do? Did he play g4? Did he go g4? Wait, let me check. I have the... Ooh. Yes, I think he went g4. Okay, that explains why he was thinking so long. g4, that's... We immediately see the question mark. But yes, g4 has been played. Okay, interesting move. So that's indicating that Daniel doesn't want a normal game where you just castle short and then make some useful moves and then slowly try to outplay your opponent, but you go g4. And the idea behind that is to push your pawns up the board and start this kingside attack, because black will most likely go for short castles. You don't have to do it right now, but you could. And then the idea from Kostya's opponent is to push his pawns up the board and create a huge attack. And then probably he doesn't want to castle kingside. Maybe he wants to leave his king in the middle, or maybe he even wants to castle queenside to the other way to create a very double-edged position where black will throw all the pawns forward and white will also throw all the pawns forward. So that would be a very, very exciting game. And it's also amazing that this game is played by two very strong players. So GM against an IM. So this is some high quality chess that you're about to witness here. So that's great. But yeah, G4 is an interesting move. Interesting. We see the question mark appear, but I think that's a little bit harsh. I don't think that this is a mistake. It might be inaccurate and not the best move, but I wouldn't say that this is a mistake. But yeah, the engine is pretty harsh sometimes, so yeah, there's nothing to do about that. But yeah, I'm not sure if this is what you want to have here. F6 is an idea a lot of times, and then you are kind of preventing this G5 push. So if you play F6 at some point, then maybe there's not a lot happening on the king side, but I'm actually not sure as I say that. Another idea might be to reroute your knight to F4, probably via F8 and E6 or G6 and then to F4, because this will be the perfect square for the knight. The problem could just be that white will probably just trade off that knight and then also trade off another piece and then try to argue that white has the better minor piece. So that might be plan of white. So if you imagine you trade the knight, or maybe this one, and then you trade this knight for this bishop, then white would end up with a very strong bishop on b2, and black would end up with a mediocre bishop on e7. So that's like one plan of white, I think, and Kostya wants to prevent this. So g4 is a very interesting move, and Kostya looks surprised, and you can also tell that by the way that he's just not moved yet. Oh, did he move? Yes, he did. He played f6. Yeah, that's a very logical move to protect the pawn on e5. And now you have the connect 3 pawn formation. And I think that the next move will be knight f8. And then you have to decide what you want to play for. If you want to put your bishop on e6 first, or if you want to go knight e6, knight f4. But yeah, knight f8 looks like the most logical next move, because then you can really decide. You can also put your knight on g6 and then continue to f4 from there. That's also completely fine. But it doesn't matter what you do, knight f8 seems very logical. And now we will see the idea behind Daniel's move g4, because f6 is very logical. Black wants to do that anyway. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the idea is here. And yes, as you say, h5 is also a pretty good candidate move. You have to be a little bit careful because of some tactics, but yes, h5 is oftentimes a very good idea to break on the flank and try to create this open file. And we also got a move, I think, or did we? Or was that just the f6 move? No, I think he played G5. Did he go G5? Wait. What? He played G5? Okay, I did not expect that. G5. Okay. Very interesting. So the idea behind that move is if you take on G5, then the knight will take on G5, and now you can see that your king is very, very weak, and the knight will jump into E6 and fork everything and just win the game. But you might be wondering, what happens if you just take the knight? Then the queen would appear on H5, give a check, and also threaten the bishop. And after a move like G6 and queen takes G5, this is just a horrible position because the black king is completely in the open and white can just castle alongside and go for moves like f4 and knight c4, and this is just hopeless. So g5 is an interesting move, but as you can see from the eval bar, it's not the best because it might just be a little bit too early for shenanigans like that. Maybe if you just continue your plan and go for knight f8, I don't know what's the plan then. Knight f8 just seems so logical right now. And now if you take, then I think the bishop will take back, and now you just wasted some moves, and you also have like some issues to solve here as white, because you can't castle this way, and black can definitely still castle here. And also moves like bishop h3 could happen now. Like before, this bishop on c8 was horrible. It was just looking at the knight on d7, but now the bishop could go to h3, maybe to g4. So this would be a very good position. So just knight f8 would probably be the best move. And what's the point of knight f8? The point is that there are multiple points. So the first idea is that if you move the knight, then you free the way for the bishop. So now the bishop can go to some good square. I don't exactly know where. Probably just e6, but also h3 or maybe even g4 would be possible. So you free the way for the bishop, and then also you want to reroute your knight. Knight was on d7, and the best square for the knight would be f4. So if you go knight f8, then your idea is to go here, and then you have this great outpost for your knight, and that's good news. So knight f8 is a pretty good move here, I think. And did he already play it, or was that the move I made? We are a little bit behind with the live board, I think. But can someone confirm if knight f8 is on the board already? It kind of looks like it. Yes. Yes, knight f8 has indeed been played. I'm sorry for that. I have the live footage on my second monitor, which is my laptop actually, and it's kind of small. But yes, knight f8 happened. And now he took on f6. Ooh, this is interesting. But we had this position, and I think that Kostya is just better here. Like, this is a dream start for him. This is a very, very good start for him. His opponent took on f6, and he will take back with the bishop, and then he will just have a good position. So this is looking amazing for Kostya. Not like he's winning or anything, but it's just that he has a pretty good position. Okay, and now everything froze. I'll check on my phone. Chat, can you still hear me? Are we still there? What's happening here? Yeah, I think we are still live. Yes, we should be. It's just that my screen froze, which is not great. Ah, yes, now it's working again. It's working. Nice. Nice. Yes, there are two camera angles of Zach, but what is happening now? Yes, so sorry. The one camera is the camera from Zach, where you're supposed to see Zach's board, and the other camera is the camera of Kostya from the Chess Dojo channel, and there you can see the board of Kostya, but the foreground, in the foreground we can see Zach, and I think that's also quite a nice angle, actually. Yes, I do think so. So we can really see that it's like that they are the streamers, they are sitting next to each other, so I think that's a pretty good camera angle. So yeah, it's good that you hear me, that's very, very good. So we had g takes f6, and Kostya is taking a think here. He is calculating if he wants to take with the pawn or if he wants to take with the bishop. I think that I would take with the bishop, because now you still have those pawns here, and it's definitely possible to castle the short way. White has this open g file here. You can put a rook on g1, which can put some pressure to the king, but I think that's not too bad. And now the only disadvantage probably is that the pawn on e5 is isolated right now. So this might become a weakness. So you have to calculate what happens after knight c4. This pawn is attacked and you have to defend it. Or maybe you can play a move like bishop g4 to pin the knight. Because if you go bishop g4, you can take on e5, because you'll take on f3 and just lose the piece on e5. So that would be very, very bad, and this will never happen. I can guarantee you that. So here a move like bishop g4 comes to mind, and then black can strongly consider castling to the queen side, because the queen would be pretty safe on c8, and then you can continue your maneuver, go knight g6, knight f4, something like that. And if you just let black make 3 free moves in this position, like imagine white does nothing. Just to illustrate my point, I'm just setting this up like this, this, and this. Only if the knight lands here, I think this is like borderline losing in a practical game, because black just has so much activity and white basically has nothing. So this would be the dream here basically. But you will never get 3 free moves in a classical game. But still, I think that's a pretty good plan. You might also start with knight g6. You don't have to play bishop g4. I think you can also go knight g6. Just protect the pawn on e5. And this is also a pleasant position. So Kostya is still taking a thing, as he should. He has a lot of time on the clock. And he has to think about what happens if he takes with the pawn. The engine is not approving of this move, and I kind of understand that, because now you have some weird piece placement. So first of all, your bishop on e7 is not great. This is right now just a big pawn. You're staring into this pawn, staring into that pawn. Also, this pawn is on a dark square. So this is just a big pawn right now. And yeah, that's not a great piece, not at all. And also, your king is a little bit weak at the moment, and your squares are also a little bit weak. Now this f5 square is just as the f4 square, another very good outpost for a white knight. So if you could just play knight h4 here and try to put your knight on the f5 square. Maybe not immediately, but after a move like bishop e6, you might play queen h5 and then try to put your knight on this square. Bishop f7, you might as well go to h6, and now there are already ideas of playing queen g7, almost trapping the rook, but the rook can still escape to g8. But this is way worse than the other position that we saw, because here black has to be careful that he's not in the worst position, because this pawn is weak and this bishop is bad, this square is bad, and the king is bad, so everything is just bad, kind of at least. And in the other position, if he takes back with the bishop, life is great. So there's no pawn weakness. You can argue that this pawn might be a weakness, but it's not very easy to attack it more than 3 times, and black can always defend it 3 times. So it's hard for white to put a lot of pressure onto this pawn. So this is not really a big weakness. Then your bishop is way better than before. At least right now it doesn't really look like it, but at least he has some squares to go to. And he's not just a big pawn. Maybe a little bit, but maybe only a little bit. And also, like the king can go here. The king is not weak. Like before it was a little bit weak, but now it's not weak. Oh, and we see some move, I think. No, maybe we didn't see some move. Okay, I thought that something happened in Kostya's game, but apparently not. And I can still see the pawn on f6. So it would be very weird if the pawn would still be on f6 and Daniel made a move once again. So yeah, but the pawn is still on f6, so it's Kostya's turn and he will figure out what to do. And we can go to Zach's game. What happened there? First of all, we can see that he is down on time by 20 minutes, which is like a kind of a big difference, but that's still okay. I've seen bigger differences in time, so that's completely fine actually. But you shouldn't spend like too much time because it's still pretty early in the game. But it's completely fine here. The time usage is decent for Zach. It's very rare that I say that Zach's time usage is decent. That doesn't happen a lot of times. So yeah, here he played knight takes c6, which looks pretty logical. And now we had bishop takes c6. And now the question is, does Zach want to give up his bishop? I think he does not, because of the reasons I showed earlier that... Oh, why is this paused? Okay, let me see. Zach's camera has been paused? What? What? No one is saying anything. Zach's camera has been paused all of this time? No, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, but I think it's okay now. I think at least it's okay. So bishop takes f6 is a possibility here, but I think Zach does not want to go for that. I think he wants to just develop his pieces. The bishop from f1 still hasn't moved. You can go to d3 with your bishop. Can just do something with your bishop, I guess. Maybe to e2, but I think bishop d3 would just be a better move here. And black could play for d5, but the king is still in the center, so you have to be pretty careful when you are opening up the center, because your king is still in there and it might become dangerous actually. But black can definitely try to go for a move like d5. But yeah, definitely the opening was a success for Zach, because as you can see, Zach has an advantage in this position. The engine says it's plus 0.8, and even though he made this dubious move, I don't know if it's dubious, it's okay, but it's kind of like a waste of a tempi. Not really, but a little bit. A little bit, maybe. So rook c8 was probably not the move. So here we had this knight e5 move, and the idea is to put the knight on c4, but right now it's maybe a little bit difficult, because there are some tactics evolving around this e5 break in the center. I had a similar game in the last tournament I played actually, which was quite beautiful. I sacked every single piece that I had, and at the end it was checkmate. So yeah, that was a beautiful game. Beautiful, beautiful game. Tournament was the German Championship, and I think that was one of the best games I played, and it was like a little bit similar to the position here. We looked at this f4 move. If the knight goes to c4, then it's completely losing already, because you can take on c4, queen takes c4, and now go for the e5 break, and because the king is still in the center, this should just be game over, because Zach is opening up everything and starting this huge attack, and it will be very hard, if not impossible, to stop all of the white threats. So this would be great for Zach, but as we said, this might have been possible. So yeah, 95 is, it's like one of the main ideas in a lot of Sicilian positions, but rook c8 also seems completely fine. But as you see, the evil bar shoots up. Like, this is an inaccuracy. It's not obvious at all to human eyes why this is inaccurate. It looks like the most logical move in the entire position, at least to me. So yeah, to me it looks like this is the move that you play. Rook c8, maybe 95, but rook c8 looks just more logical. You want to put a rook there anyway. But yeah, maybe here that was not the way you're supposed to play this position. Maybe you were even supposed to castle the long way. That's maybe even possible. Maybe right now. I'm not sure. It looks a little bit weird, because the c file is open and your king might be in a little bit of danger. But let's just try what happens. If you go long castle, let's look at the Eva bar. Okay, it's not a great move. And it's understandable. You have this pawn structure which is not perfect, because the pawn on d6 is sometimes a little bit weak, and also the b6 square is a little weakness, and strategically this is better for white. So this was definitely not the idea, how the evil bar wanted to play, how the engine wanted to play, I should say. So maybe it just wanted 95, and then go to c4, or if the f pawn moves, then go to g4. But if you go 95, you are not threatening anything, I guess. So if you play like bishop e2, I think knight c4 is still a very bad move. Let's check. I think this is also losing. Knight c4. Yeah, it's okay. It's not losing. It's close to losing, but yeah, it's definitely not a good move because of this and this. And now I'm not sure if e5 works. It's too difficult for me to calculate that right now. e5 takes maybe knight f5. Takes here, there, there. Okay, it's hard. Maybe 94 there. Okay, but this is very unnecessary. Like if you have this position in a classical game, obviously you are thinking about, do I play e5? Do I not play e5? You're calculating some minutes here, but you're definitely not just blitzing this out. But for me as a commentator, I can just make the moves and nothing happens, but in a real game you have to be very sure that this is the move you want to play. But I guess you could also just go for f4, setting up the idea of e5. So once again, the king is in the center. That's why you want to open up the position, especially in the center, to go for an attack. So I think knight e5 was the top engine move, but not with the idea of putting the knight to c4. That was not the idea. The idea was just to first of all put the knight there, and then I think go for some b5 idea maybe to start the queenside attack. That might have been the case. So knight e5 was the move, but we had rook c8. And now after knight c6, bishop c6, we have the current live position where Zach is taking quite a big thing, and now he's down half an hour, and it's not concerning or anything. Oh, and he just played a move. Rook g1. Rook g1. The idea is to push for g4, but I'm not sure if that's what you want, because black can take. And it's also a pretty slow move. Maybe you could have developed your bishop somewhere. Okay, rook g1 was the move. Also, the rook is kind of standing in this diagonal, so there might be some tactics, like some queen b6 or anything like that. But now d5 actually, and then maybe some bishop c5 at some point, I'm not sure. But d5 is a move that you definitely have to calculate right now. So d5. Oh, d5 is the best move, I think. d5, okay, that's crazy. That's a crazy move. So d5, it's a thematic move, but right now it can lead to some tactical complications. But d5 is a pretty good move actually. If you take, then the knight will take back, I think. And if you take, once again, the bishop takes and takes and takes. And this would just be the dream for black if white just takes everything, because now the king is pretty safe. You don't even have to castle short way immediately. You can also leave the king in the center for a while, but sooner or later you might want to castle. But this would be a pretty good position for black actually, because this bishop is way stronger than this bishop. The bishop on d5 is a monster, it's controlling everything. And the bishop on f1 is not as great. So d5 is an interesting move. Very interesting move. Now we have to consider bishop takes f6 here. See what happens if we do that. Bishop takes f6. So bishop takes f6, and then we might just we have to take back, yes. And now after e takes d5, now you have to think about if you want to take on c3 or if you want to take on d5. Taking on d5 looks a little bit wrong because you're opening up your king, but also because the bishop hasn't moved, maybe it's not too bad. So I don't know, I think. Oh, but if you take here, then the pawn on g7 is also hanging. So if you take and then queen takes, bishop takes d5. Oh no, the pawn is not hanging because this pawn is hanging. So you might think that you can take on g7, attack the rook, that here you would just lose the game because it's made in two. Queen takes c2 check, king a1, queen takes d1, checkmate. So that would not be good. So but this is fine. I think you have to trade queens, and now we get this fairly equal endgame. There's not much happening here, but the good thing for white is that you have this 3 against 2 majority. 3 against 2 majority, so you can try to create an outside passed pawn. So maybe white is very, very slightly better because of this idea. But also I'm not sure if this would be sufficient to play for a win. Also because Zach is a little bit of an underdog in this game. Only a little bit. But yeah, this would be pretty equal endgame, and I think that Zach would hate to play that position. He wants to have an open attacking game and not an equal endgame where he has to squeeze his opponent. So he wants to attack, he wants to win, and sometimes that's not perfect for him because he's very, very ambitious. I think sometimes it's also okay to just settle for a draw and to even consider like queen trades and stuff like that, because oftentimes that's the better choice. For example, in the game yesterday between Zach and Kostya, Kostya offered this queen trade and Zach basically immediately declined, and with that just blundered a pawn and basically just blundered the game. So he had the chance to trade a minor piece, then trade off queens, and after that it would have been a pretty equal position, pretty even, but definitely way better than the position that Zach got after he declined the queen trade. So he always wants to keep queens on the board and play for a win, but sometimes that's not the best thing to do. Sometimes it's necessary to trade queens and also to play boring endgames. Maybe it's not the perfect content for you guys to just watch some equal endgames. You want to see sacrifices and stuff like that, but it's not always possible. But we have two games today, and both games might be heading into some complications where sacrifices and just complications will happen. And we had bishop takes f6, by the way. And look at the evil bar in Kostya's game. This is looking amazing. Like minus 0.8 only after 11 moves. So yeah, that is looking it's looking amazing for Kostya. He's up 20 minutes and he has a pretty big advantage with the black pieces. So I think this g4, g5, g takes f6 idea was not the right thing to do. Because let's compare this position to the position before. Before, I just go back some moves. This was the position. And now what white basically did is he traded this pawn for this pawn, but he spent 3 moves doing that. And in the meantime, black played 2 and is about to play another useful move. So knight f8 is very useful, bishop takes f6, also kind of useful to protect the pawn. So black played two useful moves, and in the meantime, white stepped forward, and white traded. And basically white just removed this pawn, which is a pretty good thing to have if you want to castle short way. But Daniel doesn't want to do that. Maybe he does. Maybe he does want to castle, go king h1 and rook g1. Maybe that's the idea. Also a possibility, definitely. But to me it seems a little bit weird to move this g pawn so early and so often. Also, he's a GM and I'm definitely not a GM yet, and I might not even become a GM in my life. So yeah, but at least to me it looks a little bit weird to move this pawn 3 times just to trade it off. And I don't really know what the advantages of this maneuver are, because this f4 square is so weak. Knight jumps to f4, and also you're opening up the position for the bishop. So the bishop can go to some h3 square, g4. Bishop h3 was not possible before. I don't know if you want to do that. Maybe not right now, but it's a possibility. So yeah, I don't really understand why Kostya's opponent went for this g4, g5, g takes f6 idea. And if you look at Kostya, he's looking pretty confident at the moment. He's leaning back in his chair, and I think he's enjoying this position, because this is like the dream. He is up on the clock, up on the position, and that with the black pieces and only after 11 moves. So this is like the perfect scenario basically for him. Hello, welcome in chat. Nice to see you. It's Max the Weidenhofer. Yes, that's me. Hello. So let's go to Zach's game. What happened there? So rook g1 has been played, and then we had b5, I believe. Yes, b5 was the move. Not the best according to engine, but also not a mistake. And yeah, the idea behind rook g1 was to go for g4 at some point, but I don't really see that happening actually. If you go g4 right now, you can just take, and if you take back, then the pawn on e4 is hanging. You might even go b4 first to get rid of the knight. If the knight moves, then you take on e4, and this is horrible. This is borderline losing already. You just blunder the pawn for nothing, and black has a huge attack. And also this passed pawn on e6 for some reason. So this is a passed pawn right now. It can be a very strong pawn if the queens would get traded or something along the lines of that were to happen. So b5 is definitely a good move. And now we will see why rook g1 has been played, because you played rook g1 only to push this g4 pawn. But this is so hard to even achieve that. Like maybe he wants to play bishop d3 first, but even then it's not possible to go for g4 because of the same thing. If white goes here, then black is faster. He goes b4 maybe, attacking the knight retreats, and now you can basically still never push this pawn, because after takes and takes, the pawn on e4 would still be hanging. So this rook g1 move was a little bit weird. And the only idea behind that is to push g4. which might not really be possible. Yeah, it's maybe not the best move, rook g1, but it might also be useful in the future if you make like 2 or 3, maybe even 4 improving moves. Then it's definitely a possibility that we will see this g4 move happen. So rook g1 is not a mistake or anything. Not at all. Okay, and we had Zach played something. He played rook c1. Rook c1, okay. So even this move looks even weirder than rook g1. Okay, chat, you have to explain to me, why does he play rook c1? I thought rooks belong on open files. That's what I was taught. But maybe not in this case. Rook c1. Did he play that? Yes, he played rook c1. His opponent also didn't write down the move for a few seconds to really make sure that Zach played this. Okay, rook c1. That's a surprise for me. I would have never in a million years played that move. But maybe he was concerned about some tactics, because that was definitely in the air. Like, if the rook is on d1, then the pawn on c2 is a little bit weird in the future, at least. Like, if b4 happens, the knight goes away, then you can already see like the tactics evolving around the c2 pawn. So moves like knight takes e4 or something, but right now it's not working. But yeah, the idea is probably to defend the pawn on c2. But if you want to defend the pawn on c2, why not develop your bishop? Why not play bishop d3? The bishop has not moved yet, and this is the perfect move. You are developing the piece that has not moved in your camp, and then you are also defending probably your weakest pawn, the position. So that's like 2 in 1. But rook c1, this is not improving, this is the opposite of that. The rook on d1 was a pretty good piece, exerting pressure on the d file, but if you go to c1, then it's pretty passive and just staring into this pawn. As we can see by the eval bar, Zach is still better here, which is a little bit surprising for me actually, because this looks so weird for me. But rook c1, second best engine move. Actually. Okay, that's crazy. Okay, maybe it's just that you don't really have much to do. And maybe now it's a position where prophylaxis is pretty important. So it's definitely possible that there will occur some tactic on c2. So defending this makes sense. But why not bishop d3? I don't really understand that. That's like the perfect move, and you could have also played it earlier. Like bishop d3 is the move you want to play. You could have, in this position, went bishop d3, everything is protected, and then you put this rook on e1 probably, and then just play that position. So yes, maybe that was a little bit better actually. But also this approach from Zach. He made 2 pretty weird rook moves in a row. So yeah, as you say, bishop d3, top engine moves, because it's so logical to just develop your piece and protect the pawn once more. And the bishop has not moved, so it's way better on d3 than it is on f1. And it's not clear that the rook is better on g1 than it is on h1, because in a lot of cases, when the h file opens up at some point, then it's good to have a rook behind the h pawn to push the h pawn up the board. So maybe it's better to have the rook on h1, but also maybe the rook on g1 is useless, and it's better to put the rook on e1. So you're not really sure about that yet. But what you should be sure about is that you want to develop your bishop. The bishop can't stay there for the rest of the game. So to play bishop d3 here is like so logical to me. Just develop and protect. Like that's the move that I would have almost blitzed out, I believe. Because I think that just looks so logical. But Zach did not play bishop d3. I will ask him after the game if we have a post-game analysis. Only if we do have that. I'm not sure if we will. So rook g1, first surprise. It looks a little bit weird, to be honest. b5. And now rook c1, the next weird rook move. And now it's black to move. And while Alexandro is thinking and is maybe also a little bit surprised, I think we should take a look at Kostya's game. What happened there? So we had rook g1, which was played. A very logical move, putting the rook from h1 from the corner where it's doing nothing on the open file. So this is the perfect square for the rook. That's very logical. But I do think that black should now move the knight, maybe knight g6, maybe knight e6, and then put the knight on f4. I think that's probably the best thing to do here. I think. You also have other options. Bishop e6, for example, also looks like a very logical move. But you have to develop somehow, because there are still 5 of your pieces on the back rank, and the rooks are in the corners, which is not where they want to be, so they have to also move at some point. So first of all, you have to get rid of the knight on f8 and of the bishop on c8 to be able to move your rooks to f8 or d8 or maybe d8 and d7, something like that. But here it's definitely possible to do that. So you can play knight e6, put that on f4, and you'll just have a pretty good knight on f4. Kasparov once said that knight on f4 or knight on f5 is worth a pawn. So here you basically get this for free. You have to spend 2 moves, but then you have the knight. Let's just, I don't know, make a move here like this. Okay, this is a little bit tactical now actually, because this is hanging. Okay, now you probably can't go knight f4. Okay, and maybe it's a little bit better to go knight g6 to protect the pawn. Okay, apparently I'm just full of crap. Okay, maybe this is not the way you want to play this position. Okay, this is too hard for me to understand. This is some engine stuff. I don't know why knight g6 is so much worse. But it makes sense to put the knight on e6 to also have the opportunity and the option to go into d4 with your knight. So that's definitely possible. But also to f4. So the only thing now is that you have to calculate knight e6. What happens on knight c4? The pawn is attacked and you can't really defend it. You could play knight d4, but then you give up your dream to put your knight on f4. But maybe that's actually necessary here, because it's not very easy to protect this pawn otherwise. I'm trying to look for some sacrifice of the pawn, but I think here you can't do anything like that. So knight d4. Yes, that's the best move. And if the knight takes, then you don't have your great knight anymore. But the good thing is that you can fix your pawn structure. So you had the ugly double pawns on c6 and c5 for the entirety of the game. But if white were to take on d4, you can fix that. And now you just have a very good position, I think. You have the bishop pair, you have a little bit of space advantage in the center, and also this knight can be kicked away by b5. So I think this is a pretty good position here. The engine also agrees, and I think this would be pretty nice. And this is very possible to happen on the board. So knight e6 has not been played yet, but Kostya, did he make a move? The live board says knight g6, but it's not on the actual board, so I'm not sure if it was played indeed. I'll just wait a few seconds to see. Yes, Kostya played knight g6 instead of knight e6. Yeah, you see this question mark, but as you saw, I also earlier I wanted to make this move because it's very logical. Like you have the option to go knight f4 and you're protecting the pawn on e5. So knight c4 is not really an issue. But also, white might argue, if black were to put the knight on f4, then knight c4 can happen, and maybe you just have to go back to defend the pawn on e5. So you see this question mark, but this is not a mistake. This is not a blunder, not a mistake, not anything like that. This is just some engine variation. And it's understandable that if you see this line, knight e6, that now if the knight goes to d4, then it should be better for black. So yeah, but that's not clear at all. Not clear at all to see that. So knight e6 would have been a good move. Oh, I'm sorry. Rook c1. Rook c1. Yeah, so knight e6 would have been a good move, but we had knight g6, which also looks completely fine to my eyes. But apparently it's not the best. And maybe just because you're kind of glued to the pawn on e5. You can never really move away, because then the pawn will just be hanging after a move like knight c4. So maybe that's why this is not the best. And I'm very curious what Kostya's idea is. Does he want to castle the short way? Or does he want to play bishop e6 and castle the long way? What does he want to do? Chat, what would you do here? Because I'm not sure. Like, there are advantages for both of those moves, but also both moves have downsides. So I'm really not sure at all. I'm really not sure at all. Oh, knight c4 was played. Missed opportunity. Okay, still this engine stuff, because I have no idea why knight c4 is a missed opportunity. Like, I don't know. Knight c4, I don't know what the move would have been. Knight c4 looks so logical, to just put the knight on the better square, and then next you can play queen d2 and castle, something like this. You don't really want to play queen e2, because that kind of runs into knight f4, so that's not what you want to do. So if you were to play queen e2 here earlier, this would not be very good. Okay, this would be very good actually. Engine says this would be very good. I would have never thought of that. I just think the knight attacks the queen and the queen goes back. Oh no, then here there's bishop h3. So the queen has to step up. And here apparently this is not as bad as the other positions, because you can just go knight c4 next move probably, and then this is weak. So maybe queen e2 was better than knight c4 actually. Okay, it's possible to understand this, but it's also pretty hard actually. So yeah, oh, some moves happen on Zach's board. Yes, thank you very much. b4, it's a very logical move. And after knight e2, what happened now? d5. Ooh, this is not a great move, and Zach seems to be close to winning. Engine says this is a mistake, and this really looks like a mistake. But you have to figure out why this is a mistake actually. Maybe you can play e5. That's a very interesting move. If you go e5 and then queen takes e5 would be a horrible mistake, I think, because of bishop f4 attacking the queen. If the queen moves to f5, it's the only square. Knight d4, probably, and the queen moves somewhere. Bishop d3, you get all those moves with a tempo, and black has to play some g6, and I think this is just completely winning. Probably you can even take a6, attack the rook, and then on the next turn you take the bishop, and then you pin the rook and win the rook. So this is a great news for Zach. Great news. So e5 might be a very nice move. Let's see if this is the best move. This is plus 1.4, e5. Oh no, e5 is not even the best move, but it's already looking pretty good. So if black has to go back, knight g8, then you definitely did something here, because the knight retreated, you gained some space, now you have this great outpost for your knight on d4, and this is just a dream position. So d5 is often an idea, but in this position d5 is a mistake, and a fairly serious mistake, so it's looking pretty good. So if e5 is not even the best, what is it then? You have a lot of moves to look at here. You can take on d5, then you might just take back, and I'm not entirely sure what to do then. You can take on f6, bishop takes f6, and also here I don't really know what to do. So it's not obvious. I don't have the engine lines on, so I'm not sure, but I can just make some moves and see what happens. So if you take on d5, this would not be a good move. Yes, because of knight d5, and then you get nothing in return for taking that pawn. So bishop takes e7, and then you probably take with the queen, and this would be better for black, because black has a lot of activity and no weaknesses, and the king is not weak here. So there are many ideas. There are even ideas of playing like knight c3 or something like that. That's often an idea, to put a knight there and open up the black king, the white king. So knight c3 would be a great move here. Not immediately knight c3, but the idea of knight c3 would be great if it happens on the board, but it would not be great for Zach. Oh, sorry, knight g6, and then this is the live position. So let's go back to Zach's board, because there are some nice developments. Okay, e5 is the only good move on your engine. Okay, e5 looks the most logical because I don't see what happens, what what's like the other alternative. e5 looks great, but the other moves look not very great. So I think e5 should be played here. But did Zach do anything? Oh, I think Zach played e5. Yes, Zach played e5. That's a great move. Great move. Temporary pawn sacrifice, and this is exactly the position that Zach wants to have. This is perfect for him. So e5, great move. Yeah, that's amazing news. So now it's looking very good. e5 has been played. That's so nice. Now he has pretty big winning chances actually, because first of all the knight has to retreat, and you don't really want to go to e7. Maybe it's also okay, but this position, your king is in the center, and this is just like the dream come true. You probably play f4 to protect the pawn on e5. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, you can take on b4 with a check. That looks more logical. Okay, so this is just you're up a pawn and you have a good position. So this is very close to winning. Okay, so 97 is not possible. It will not happen. Then knight h7 is maybe an idea. But we see the evil bar shooting up even higher. And now it's winning for Zach. And maybe it's just winning because the knight on h7 is a horrible piece. Like, look at this knight. What does this knight ever want to do? You can't go to f6 anymore. You can't go to g5 because let's do this. This knight can't go here. Can't go here. It's just a horrible piece. And even if you go to g6, it's still not a great piece. So knight h7 is placed a little bit wrong. So probably the best move is to play knight g8. But look at that move. You move your developed knight back to g8, and that's not what you want to do, not at all. And now look at the evil bar. Zach is better. He's not winning or anything, but he has a very nice position because Black's king is in the center, and the knight had to retreat. The rook is in the corner, and there is no attack for Black at the moment. Imagine this rook would be on b8. Then it's a different story, because then Black has activity, Black has big attack, but this rook is so passive, and it will take such a long time for this rook to get into the game. And Zach is pretty fast with his attack. Right now he has to maybe protect the pawn on e5, but I think he doesn't even need to do that. Probably just knight d4. And this is the dream position for him. a6 might be hanging. I don't even know if you want to take that. But the knight is perfectly placed. The bishop is very good. And furthermore, you can't take on e5 because then like some bishop f4 and this is just completely lost. Because like this and then you take on a6, attacking the rook. This is just the rook is hanging. If the rook moves, then the bishop is hanging. So this is completely losing. So it's looking very good. So knight g8 has not been played yet. Yeah, and his opponent looks a little bit unhappy with his position. And that's already very good news. At least for us. At least for us in the stream, that's very good news. Yeah, so Zach has an amazing position. He just played a great move. And what's also very good to see is that he's getting closer with the time. So he only has 7 minutes less on the clock than his opponent Alexandro. So that's not a lot anymore. That's completely fine. And it's looking very, very good. So let's let Alexandro think for a while and go back to Kostya's game, who also has a pretty good position. If we look at the EVA bar, it doesn't really show that, but I think practically he has a great position. Bishop e6 was just played. That's a good move. Just developing the piece that has not moved yet. And then he has to decide, what does he want to do? Does he want to castle this way, or maybe not castle at all? Maybe that. But I think he should castle to in some direction at least. But I don't exactly know where he should go. But he should do something at least. So maybe I would go here. I think I would go long castles and then have the rook on the d file, and white will also go long castles, I think, and then we'll just have a strategical game. But black has the bishop pair, and if the position opens up a little bit more, then black will have a pretty big advantage because the bishops are just so strong. And also, as you might notice, black is the only player who has a light squared bishop left, and 5 pawns in the white camp are on light squares. So in any kind of endgame, black would basically always be like the favorite to win, because the bishop can just attack the pawns, and it's not very easy for the white side to defend everything. So it's maybe not that important, but still it's something to play for. And also here, it's looking pretty good for Kostya, and he's up by a lot on the clock. And also some moves have been made actually. So yeah, they're just playing. So knight g5 has been played. So if I showed this game to one of my coaches, they would probably say that I'm moving the same pieces too much. But I don't want to criticize a GM. I really don't want to do that. Okay, so let's see what is happening here. Knight g5. First of all, he played this maneuver where he moved 3 times with his pawn, and then he put his knight to g5, which also already moved, which is a little bit weird. Oh, and just as I say that, I forgot to do something. I will just do that right now. Just give me a second here. This. And boom. And I'll just write this into chat. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. It's not what I wanted to do. Okay, wait. I'll do that again. So Kostya told me to put the message in chat, and I forgot to do that. I will just do that right now. So this is the link to the live board. Copy that and do that and pin. So yes, I'm sorry for that. I didn't pin that comment, but now I did. So yes. Okay, now we're all set. I'm sorry for that. I just forgot to pin that thing. I won't do that in the next rounds. So maybe he won't even see it, but I think it's also not that important, but I will definitely do it in the next rounds. And now we're getting in so many moves. So first of all, let's see what Kostya played. He took on c4, he takes c4, and now he went knight f4. Okay, looks very logical to me. And I think that if he trade at least what he could get is at some point he could trade off the minor pieces and then castle short way. And he just has to be a little bit careful with his e5 pawn. But to illustrate my point, I'll just make some moves like this, and then this, and then this, and then something like this. So this could be like a position which could happen, and now there are some tactics, but yeah, what I wanted to say is if white has to give up the bishop for the knight, then black is always a little bit better because the rooks have the f-file and the pawn on f2 is also weak. And there are all kinds of ideas, and I think Kostya can pretty much never lose, or maybe that's over exaggerating, but at least it's hard for him to lose because this knight on f4 is very strong, and if white has to trade it off, then black at least has the f-file. So I think Kostya has a pretty good position, practically speaking, and he also has a pretty big time advantage. His opponent, GM Daniel Leal, has already spent 2/3 of his time and it's only move 15. So he will have to make 25 moves with half an hour on the clock, which is not a lot of time, to be honest. So he has to hurry up a little bit, but that's not easy because his position is not as simple to play. So now what do you want to do as white? Do you want to play queen d2? I'm not sure about that, because there are just all kinds of ideas. Like this, for example, I don't know if this is any good, but there are just different ideas. And it's not easy to play, in my opinion, for the white side. And I think for black, the position just plays itself, kind of. You just castle and improve your pieces, put your rooks on the f-file. And for white, it's maybe not as simple. So Kostya definitely has a good game, good position, with some winning chances. The engine showed some bigger advantage earlier, but that was not very easy to understand why it showed that. But yeah, Zach's game, e5 has been played, Alexandro played knight g8, and now Zach is taking a think. I would play knight d4, I guess. Just improve your knight and also make space for your bishop. After knight d4, you can play bishop d3, and then all of your pieces are just perfectly coordinated. And then, once you are developed, then you might go for some pawn break. So maybe then you want to play f4, f5, or maybe then you want to play g4. So that's what I would do, knight d4, and I think this is a position where it is tactical, but you could play knight d4 without spending too much time here. And I know Zach, and maybe he will spend another 15 minutes here and then be in time trouble. That's not out of the conversation. That might actually happen. But I think it would be important for him to just make some quick moves right now, because I think he knows that he has an advantage, but he also doesn't have too much time left, and he shouldn't spend like a lot of his time on this move or on the next move maybe, because right now it's just important to develop. After knight d4 there are a little bit of complications with queen e5, but that's obviously very bad, or with bishop g5, but that's also obviously very bad. So I think knight d4 is just a great move. It's improving the position of your knight and also attacking the pawn on a6. but apparently it's not even the best move. So there are definitely other options here. But I think in the classical game I would just play knight d4 pretty quickly. But yeah, what can you do? You can play g4 to open up the g file. Now that's possible because there's no pawn on e4 anymore, which might become a weakness. So you could also think about playing g4 here. And then it's already getting pretty complicated. If you go g4, you want to open up the g file. I see the engine does not agree with this move. And I also think it's a little bit unnecessary to go for complications. You could just have this position go knight d4 and first of all develop your pieces, just like in the Russian chess school. First of all you develop your pieces and after that you go for an attack. So that's what I would do here. So go knight d4, perfect square for the knight, go bishop d3, perfect square for the bishop, and then take it from there. Because if you have the knight on d4, bishop on d3, then also the pawn on c2 is definitely protected enough times. So then you can also activate your rook from c1. So if you go here, then you could also go bishop d3, rook e1 maybe, to support the pawn on e5. So something like that comes to mind. So you have a lot of options in this position, and I think the most important thing right now is to just play some moves fairly quickly. Like you shouldn't spend 10 minutes for this move because you had like 40 minutes, so it's only possible to spend 10 minutes 4 times. But then you already only made 4 moves, but you have to make 23 moves to reach the time control. So you have to save some time for later, and it's not an easy thing to do, but I think Zach should hurry up a little bit at least. But the same thing should the opponent of Kostya do, I guess, because he has even less time than Zach. Okay, we get a move by Zach. Okay, bishop takes e7. I don't like that. I definitely do not like that. Because your bishop on g5 is an active piece, and the bishop on e7 is also fine, but I think there's no point in trading off that bishop, because the knight on g8 is very awkwardly placed at the moment. So you would have to spend a lot of time to go for knight h6, knight f5, something like that. So I think this is not a great position for black, because black is behind in development, a little bit at least. The king is in the center, and with knight d4, it's just an easy move. Improve your pieces, maybe try to confuse your opponent to take on a6, potentially. I don't know if you want to do that, because you open up the a file, but at least your opponent has to consider that. But right now, if you take on e7, then black basically gets a free move. You take back with the knight, that's the most logical by far, because your knight is on g8 on the starting square. So if you take back, then it's on e7. So the knight developed, and you basically got nothing in return for that. And you can also see that the engine bar did not like that at all. So before this, Zach was winning actually, or very, very close to winning. I will just quickly check if knight d4 is the best move according to engine. Yes, yes, it is. Knight d4 is the best move, and I think that's the move that you want to too. But yeah, Zach took on e7 and allowed this knight takes e7 move. I think his opponent, oh yeah, he just played knight takes e7. Okay. Yeah, it's still better for Zach because Zach still has this bishop, which is better than this bishop. So imagine this bishop goes to d3 in the near future, then it's a pretty good piece. But this bishop is, at least at the moment, kind of like a big pawn. So I think now you might have to play knight d4. Then there will be some complications with this pawn here. And I'm not sure if that's the right move. But what I wanted to say is, if you go f4 here to protect the pawn, then it might be a problem that black could try this bishop b5 move. I'm not sure, actually. And also there is the possibility of taking the pawn on b4, and I think that had to be the idea behind bishop takes e7, and Zach just played something. So maybe he took on b4, but that's a little bit risky, because you're winning a pawn, but black will get a lot of compensation for the pawn, and I'm not sure if that's what you want. Zach could have had just a great position where his opponent had like no counterplay at all, but if he takes on b4, then the b file opens up, and I'm actually not sure if Zach is even better there. He might actually be worse, but it's a difficult position after that. So if he takes, then we will probably see short castles, but then there could also be g4 opening up the position, and it's very difficult. It's also very difficult to evaluate everything. Maybe it's also just good to take the pawn on b4. Let's make the move and see what the eval boss says. It's not the best, but it's okay. It's possible to play like this. Okay, then I think this was the idea, because otherwise I can't explain why you would just take on e7 and why you would develop your opponent's pieces. But that had to be the idea behind bishop takes e7. But I think if you can play like knight d4, maybe f4, there are some moves. And we are also getting in some moves actually. So I'll just take a look at the board on my other monitor so you won't be able to see me for a second. Okay, what's happening there? I don't know if any moves have been made. I think no. I think this is still the live position and it's Zach to move. Yeah, so no moves have been made yet. So queen takes b4 is a possibility. Oh, and I see a good question in chat. I did not look at queen g5 yet, and to be honest I didn't even see that move, but it makes sense to play that actually. So queen g5, it's attacking the pawn on g7, and maybe black can just sacrifice the pawn on g7. So after queen g5, just kind of like go a5, a4 or something like that. Because white will take the pawn, I will just make some moves. So queen d5. Oh, queen g5 is the best engine move. Okay. So maybe black is a little bit too behind in development to go for this pawn sack. Oh no, but this is... Oh, I'm such a good chess player. Wow. a5. Okay, we will get some counterplay. Queen takes g7, g8, and queen 6, e4. and then b3 will happen or a3 will happen, and black definitely has counterplay. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so we are having two exciting games on our hands. You saw Kostya is doing very well. Yes, he was at least doing very well. I think now his position is still pretty good. Queen d2. Oh, what? Queen d2 was played? That's completely losing. Is there some tactic here? What? Queen d2? What's the knockout blow here? I don't see it. But apparently Kostya is winning. Why? What is happening here? Okay, Kostya is... Okay, chat, you have to help me here. I don't have the moves of the engine, but what is happening? Why is this good? Why is this so good? I don't know. And I think it shouldn't be very obvious because Daniel Leal is like a pretty good chess player. He's a GM. So yeah, I think I'm not seeing what exactly to do. Okay, so let's see. You have some recommendations. So bishop takes knight, rook takes knight. Yeah, there is unfortunately no fork. In this position, if the rook takes, you would love to put your knight just here, and that would be a family fork, but that's not possible. And also if you take the knight and then go queen e7, then the pawn on e5 is hanging, and that's also not what you want, I would think. But this is a mistake. Okay, but why? We have to figure this out. Okay, Kostya played a move. Long castles, and that's a missed opportunity. Okay, I have no idea. I have to check with the engine. That this looks better than the position before, and now... Okay. Yeah, now it's a good position, but I'm not exactly sure what the win was. Now maybe you're right. Maybe there was no concrete win. It was just that black is strategically winning, but I don't know how. I will just check with the engine. So b5. Why? b5. Recommendation by my engine. Yeah, b5, I don't know. Why would you play b5? Like, what happens if you take? Then you take, and now? Why is this so good? Are you just maybe here it's just that you're arguing that after b4 all of the pawn breaks are pretty bad for white, and strategically you have everything under control and you have a great position after you go like short castle, but this is not obvious at all. So if you're in this position, just this is hanging, so okay, b5. Yeah, b5 is like so hard to see, like that's an engine move, and we can't blame Kostya for not playing that, but we also can't blame Leal for not seeing this. So queen d2 is a mistake because b5 is a very, very strong move, but yeah, as you say, who plays that? It's just only the engine plays moves like that. We get castles and castles. Okay, but now Kostya is doing very well, and it's surprising. Not many moves have been played, and Kostya is already doing pretty well here. What was the intention behind knight g5? The intention was to trade off one of the bishops, and knight g5 has been played like 5 moves ago, and the knight is just still standing there because it attacked the bishop on e6, and the bishop gave itself up for the knight on c4. I can show that real quick. So here knight g5 has been played. It's a little bit weird, but the idea was to attack the bishop. So back then I said my coach would tell me not to move the same piece again in the opening. So this move was a little bit weird in my opinion actually. But again, I'm not the GM, so yeah, but at least the engine is on my side. So knight g5 has been played, Kostya took, and yeah, queen d2. This was a mistake. It's not obvious at all. And this is the current live position. Yeah, you're all good. No problem at all. Yeah, knight g5 has not just been played, but Zach has just played a move. He went f4. Okay. We see that the eval bar does not really agree with that. Now it's even again, and that's not good news because this is what I was concerned about. Zach was very close with the time, but now he spent, I think, for this move he spent 10 minutes, and for bishop takes e7 he spent also 10 minutes. So exactly what I said. For the last 2 moves, Zach spent 20 minutes in total, and that's almost half of his time. And that's just too much, because the position is not that complicated yet. And yeah, as I said, that's just too much time spent on rather obvious moves. So yeah, in my opinion, Zach is oftentimes spending too much time for rather obvious moves and spending too little time for the critical decisions. So that's maybe something that Zach could work on. Otherwise, I think his chess is very, very good. But that's just a thing that I'm always noticing. So, yeah, that's maybe one thing that I would try to improve. So now he's still, or I should say again, down on clock pretty significantly actually. It's down 20 minutes and it's not very easy. Not easy to play at all actually. Yeah, so I'm not really sure what is happening here now. So f4 is defending the pawn on e5. As you said, f4 is like more of a defensive move. Like f5 is not happening anytime soon, because in order to play f5 you would need some support. You could go knight d4, bishop d3, rook f1, and then go f5, something like that. That would definitely be possible, but that still takes some time. So f4 is first of all just more of a defensive move to defend the pawn on d4. And it's also a little bit slow, so maybe because he already sacked the pawn earlier, so he might as well still sack the pawn. So I think knight d4 here could be a little bit better, with the idea that now if you take on e5, now you might be able to take on a6, but even if not, it's okay to sacrifice a pawn, because you will get some counterplay, even if you just play rook e1 and say you have the e-file, the king is still in the center. I think that's also a good position. It's not like an amazing position, but I think it's a good position. And he could have still sacked this pawn, but he played f4, which is a logical move to just defend the pawn in the center. And now the question is, what does black do? He has some options. The main question is, what does he do with his king? Does he leave it in the center or does he castle the short way? I'm not exactly sure what he wants to do, and he's also not really sure what he wants to do. So if you castle, then you have to calculate what happens after g4. And I think castling would not be a great idea, because if you do and g4 happens, then white at least has some idea to play for. So let's see what happens. If I make a move, yes, this is very good for white. I think g4 should be a pretty good move. Yes, kind of. And the idea is just to open up the G file, and now it's pretty hard to even do anything. Let's say you take, maybe the rook takes back, and there are many different opportunities here. You can still play this knight d4, which I wanted even earlier, bishop d3, oh sorry, knight d4, bishop d3. You can double your rooks on the G file, play h5, h6. So many good moves come to mind. Queen can go to g2, to h2, and this is a great position. So short castle is probably still not what Alexandro wants. But if he doesn't want to castle his king, then what does he do with his rook? Because more and more pieces will get traded off, and at some point the rook has to kind of find its way into the game. But if the king doesn't move, then it's not easy. What is maybe possible is that you could try to play like king d7 and just argue my king is safe in the center and I'll just leave it there. And then the rook can go to d8 or maybe even to b8 or c8 if the other rook moves out of the way. So maybe one idea is to go for king d7 and then to maneuver the rook out and then go back to e8 or maybe even f8. So maybe that's what you want to do. And we did get a move, and he played queen b6. Okay, I did not expect that move, but it looks very logical because you are setting up many tactical ideas. The rook on g1 is almost hanging, so I think one of the main ideas is that if knight d4 happens, that now you want to play knight f5. Oh no, but you can just take the knight and then infiltrate. Now that's probably a little bit stupid. Yeah, so knight d4 seems to be fine. And then you can't play bishop d3 because then your knight will be hanging. So I think queen b6 is a pretty good move. And now Zach has to take a decision once again. So g4 might be possible now, not sure at all. Or knight d4, or like normal chess players would consider queen d4, but Zachary Insane would never even think about moves like that. Trading queens is a sin. Should never do that. That's the way he's thinking. So maybe now commentator's curse will happen once again. He will just go queen d4 and say, yeah, nothing wrong with my position. I think here it makes a little bit sense. So if you just trade queens, and just to show this, like this knight is very strong, and this knight doesn't really have any good squares. And right now this pawn is hanging, and the bishop goes to d3, and I think this is kind of like a game for two results. So even if the dream for white would be like to trade this bishop for this knight, that would be the dream, because then we have a scenario with good knight versus bad bishop. That's a strategic topic which is very important, and this knight on d4 is just an amazing piece. It's on this outpost behind the pawn on d5, and it cannot be attacked by a pawn in the near future. And this bishop on c6 is a very bad piece. So to trade off this bishop against this knight would be the dream for white, because then, strategically speaking, you are pretty much almost winning, or at least you have a pretty good position. But I don't think that Zach will go for the queen d4 move. I don't think that. But we can definitely go over to Kostya's game, because we have some interesting moves which have been played. So we left at castles, and now Kostya played h6. Oh, I'm sorry. Now Kostya played h6, attacking the knight. The knight retreated, and now Kostya went g5. Interesting move. Just stabilizing the knight on f4. And it looks interesting. Like, the first thing that I'm noticing is that now the f5 square is also an outpost for this knight. So I'm not sure if I love this move, because maybe in the long term this knight could land here on f5, and then the bishop could trade itself for the knight on f4, and then we would also have good knight versus bad bishop. So basically what I'm saying is, this is a good knight, but it can be traded for the bishop on b2 at some point, maybe. But this knight on f5, that would be an amazing knight, and it cannot really be traded. So, I don't know. It's again, same topic. You move a pawn, and you leave squares behind. So, no pawn will ever in this game be able to control the f5 square. So that's a small weakness right now. But also g5 does make sense to grab some space, and then he will probably play some rook g8 move maybe, and then push the pawns up the board and try to create some weaknesses or something like that. There are also tactical ideas. Just imagine you get like a position like rook g8, g4, the knight moves away, and then bishop g5. Just imagine this bishop is on g5. It's looking at the queen, looking at the king, and there are all kinds of checks and all kinds of mean things going on here. So there are definitely a lot of ideas, and Kostya has a very good position here. And Leal played knight e1. We see the eval bar increasing a little bit, which is always nice to see. And now the question is, what do we do? I'm not sure at all, to be honest. I really want to improve my bishop on f6, because that's right now that's actually a big pawn. I'm even thinking about sacrificing a pawn in order to activate the bishop. Pretty unnecessary probably, but let's see what happens. If you go g4, yeah, you can probably just take and bishop d5, and this shouldn't be enough. But it's a little bit tricky. How do you defend this? Because the queen and the king are like in the scope of the bishop, so it's not obvious how to defend it. At the very least, you can give up the exchange, but I think here Kostya has to be a little bit better at least. Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe because of knight f3. Yeah, concretely this doesn't work. Okay, here you can see calculation is very, very important. But g4 is an interesting idea, because this bishop is horrible right now, and a problem could be that if Kostya does like plays a slow move, then Leal might play f3 and block the g4 square, and then it will be very hard for this bishop to improve his position. And just imagine f3 and then knight g2, and we'll get a trade, and then this bishop is, the white bishop is better than the black bishop, but still black has the better position. But it's a little bit tricky to play. It's a very strategic position here, and I think that everyone can learn a lot from positions like this. You have to just move your pieces around, try to find the best squares for all of the pieces. So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say. And we got h5. So that's basically the same idea that I had. I think he wants to go for g4, and then next move play bishop g5 and really activate this bishop. So if white does nothing, I think this should be, like, imagine this, I think this is completely losing, because now the king and queen are still in the scope of the bishop, and there are all kinds of knight jumps, and this is just very, very hard to defend. Not to say impossible, but this should be impossible to defend. So I think here it might actually be a good idea to play f3 to prevent this g4 idea. But also here your knight is pretty passive. Maybe you play rook d8 and still go for g4. So something like this might happen. But yeah, Kostya has a good position, and okay, he plays knight g2 immediately. Yes, this makes sense. But you can think about knight h3, the rook moves away, and then g4 the next move. And then the bishop comes to g5, and I think that's a pleasant position. Knight h3 attacking the rook, rook e1, g4. Oh, rook e1 is bad. Why? Why is this bad? I have no idea why this is bad actually. I just wanted to play g4 to kind of show, okay, g4 is a very good move. And, oh, sorry. And it's just an amazing position. So knight g2, I think knight h3 is a very nice move. And then you are able to go for g4. So the engine says knight g2 is completely fine, but I think practically speaking at least, I would have preferred to play f3 instead of knight g2. Okay, but we get knight g2, which is completely fine. What? I saw something in chat. Wait. Did Zach play queen d4? Zach played queen d4. What? Is there an alien playing for Zach? There's no way that Zach played queen d4, trading queens. He could have played knight d4 and then had an attacking game, but he played queen d4, and then he will outplay his opponent strategically. What? I've never seen anything like that in my life. Never. And you can believe me when I say I've done commentary a lot for Zach. I think I've covered like 20 rounds or something like that, maybe even more. And I think I've never seen anything like that. Okay, queen d4. Queen d4. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good move, especially if you have like the pressure of having lost the first round, then it might just be good to have a position that you can play where nothing much is happening, but I think strategically speaking, you should be better, at least in a practical game. So I think queen d4 is a good move here. But you have to ask yourself what happens if black just doesn't do it. I think if black takes, this should be a little bit better for white. Yes, we see the eval bar increasing, and the knight is very good. The bishop is superior to the bishop on c6, so this would be a pretty good position. But we are not sure that he will take on d4. It's also very possible that he will just retreat, go like queen b7 or something like that. Okay, not the best. Yeah, okay, it's a good move. Queen b7. And now the problem is that your queen is kind of in the way. Queen a5 is best according to engine, okay. Yeah, also makes sense to put some pressure here onto this pawn. I wanted to go for a5, a4 and then b3 or something like that. But queen a5 also makes sense, I think. And then next move you can maybe play bishop b5, knight c6, something like that. Okay, but he still hasn't done anything, and I'm seeing that we have some more moves in Kostya's game. Okay, he played g4 immediately. Ooh, this is a tactical idea, because after knight f4, which happened in the game, he wants bishop g5. He did that, and now king b1, bishop takes f4. And it looks like Kostya's winning a pawn, because the queen is attacked and the pawn is attacked. I can see the eval bar, but I have no idea. I have no idea why the eval bar says this is only slightly better for Kostya. I don't understand. No, I don't know. Queen e2 has been played, that's a good move. But now you can take on h2 and then go back to f4 and you have this pass. I'm very sorry for that. As you say, it looks lovely. You're just winning a pawn. Maybe there's some tactical trick, but I don't see it. I do not see it at all. So bishop takes h2, the rook is attacked. So, now I see it. Rook h1 attacking the bishop, and if the bishop retreats, now there's rook takes h5, temporarily sacrificing the rook. But if you take back, then queen takes g4, a move like queen d7, and you win the rook. And I really have to drink some water. Okay. Yeah, this is very, very sad actually. So queen e2, and Kostya probably missed this rook h5 idea. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. And we get some moves in. Let's see what happened. Oh, it's a little bit delayed. Oh, what? It's not only little bit. Let me go like here. Okay, I don't know why this. Yeah, now it should be better for you guys. I'm sorry for that. Yeah. Yeah, it's very easy to miss. And this is a little bit disappointing because Kostya played an amazing game so far, and now he kind of just threw everything away. Like he was just outplaying his opponent. It was also a little bit because of some maneuvers which were maybe not the best, at least according to Engine. This g4, g5, g takes f6 idea, for example, but also the knight g5 idea. So Kostya thought that... Oh, wait. No, that was not what I wanted to do. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, this is a little bit stressful. Okay, I think here is good. So, yeah, he thought that he was just winning a pawn, and let's just show that on the board. If you go somewhere else, and then you retreat, this is completely winning. You are up a pawn, but most importantly, you have this asset of this outside passed pawn, and this is just completely winning. You will just sooner or later push the pawn up the board, and then you will just have a great position and probably go on to win the game. You could also go for h4 g3 to trade this pawn and just have the outside passed pawn stand for itself. So this would be a great position. So here before this, my idea was to go knight h3 to prepare g4 in order to improve the bishop. And Kostya had a very similar idea, but he thought that he didn't need to go for this because this is technically not possible to take the knight, but he overlooked a very important detail. So here it's just looking like he is winning a pawn and probably going on to win the game, but I'll show this once again. If you take the pawn, now rook h1 happens, and if you go g3 to defend the bishop, then you can just take on g3 and the bishop takes back. You take on h5, and this is pretty equal, but if one side is better, then it's definitely white, because the bishop is better, the pawn structure is better, the pawn e5 is weak. So maybe white has winning chances here. Yeah, and if you play the obvious bishop f4, and you just think life is great, now rook takes h5 comes. This is very surprising, and I think Kostya overlooked this idea. And it's also not very easy to see from the distance. I think we can say that no one saw this coming. Like I did not see that at all. I didn't even see g4 instead of knight h3. And yeah, that was just lucky of me. I was too bad at chess to see the move that he played, but it was the right thing. So yeah, just pure luck, I guess. But this rook h5 move is so important. And then if you take back, he will win the rook, and then white will end up being up a pawn actually, and will have huge winning chances now. So this is very sad to see. And let's see what happened in the game. Queen e2, and now Kostya played rook g8. And now as you can see, now as you can see on the eval bar, Kostya has a very small, tiny advantage, but it won't be easy to play for a win here. I think f3 might be possible actually. f3 takes, boom, boom, takes, something like that. So f3, okay, it's not the best, but I thought if you take, and then you take back, and now if you take here, then this, and check actually. you give a check to the king, and you check the bishop, and you win the game. Yeah, and this is just better for white. But you can play g3 here, and then you at least have this outside passed pawn. So you have to take, and then we might have some position like this, where basically if one side has winning chances, it's black, because this pawn is an outside passed pawn, and that's always very nice to have, because you can distract the opponent's pieces from your own plan, and you can either just support your pawn or have it as a distraction. Put it on h4 and then just go for a huge queenside attack on the king, but one piece always has to guard the pawn. So something like this also comes to mind. So I think here Kostya would have some winning chances, so f3 is probably not going to happen. Yes, he played rook g2, makes sense. He wants to go rook g1, and after that he wants to go f3, or maybe h3 is even better. And that's his idea, and maybe we will just see all the rooks being traded, and then those pawns being traded, and then we will have, I will just show what I'm talking about. Queen f7, rook g1, let's just say like here, and then a move like h3, maybe f3, and takes, and I'm just making some moves, and here white can just take everything and take on h5, and oh no, not take on h5, that would be mate, but just the position like this should be completely equal, and I think this would end in a draw, because now the material is equal and there are not many chances here. You only shouldn't hang mate in 2, but I think if you're a GM you can see that that's mate in 2. Yeah, so something like this might happen, and then we would see a draw, which is, I think if we told Kostya before the game, you will play draw today against the GM, 2500 almost, with the black pieces, he would have said, I'll take that all day. But if you look at the game, it might even be a little bit disappointing for him, because there was no point in the game where he was worse. So yeah, I think he might be a little bit disappointed if it ends in a draw, but still, it's a pretty good result. Okay, we get rook g6. Also wanting to double on the g file. Now after rook g1, we will probably get rook g8. Okay, but then h3 is also a little bit complicated. But I'm not sure if you go rook g1. If you go rook g8, there might be h3. Maybe. And okay, now you have to play a move like queen d7. And now just everything gets traded off. And it should be very, very equal. Let's just show one sample line, like takes, takes. Okay, this is a little bit better for black actually, but this was not forced at all. And I think also this would end in a draw. I think bishop c1 is possible here. It might be possible, I'm not sure. Let's check. Maybe it is. Engine doesn't know if it's winning for black or not. But this is way too complicated. You never have to do anything like that. So yeah, something along the lines of this might happen. Rook g6 was the last move, and I think right now we are heading towards a draw. So let's look at Zach's game. Queen d4 has been played, and he went queen b7. Looks pretty normal. That's the move I suggested, with the idea of a5, a4, b3, or something like that. And now Zach just went back to d2. So maybe he is offering a repetition right now. So if we get queen b6 now, and then queen d4, and then this would be a draw. So queen d2 is somewhat kind of a draw offer, but it's not said that Zach will repeat. Maybe after queen b6 he will just play something different. Go knight d4 now, or anything, maybe g4, anything, like I said. But yeah, queen d2 is maybe can be interpreted as a draw offer. That's a hard word. So queen d2, black to move now, and I think Zach kind of wasted a tempi here once again. He had this position with the queen on b6 here, and then he went to d4, and now he went back. So he basically did nothing and just gifted his opponent a move. So if he goes a5, then that's just a free move. But he could also go queen b6 and then go for the repetition. Both are possible. But he is still thinking about what to do. And I think Zach's opponent might also be just happy with the draw, because he was under a lot of pressure in the whole game, and Zach was winning at some point. It wasn't obvious and it wasn't easy, but he was winning. And now to have a draw for his opponent, also with the black pieces, that's not a bad result or anything. That's totally fine. So you could just make the draw, but I think he's so young and he doesn't really understand what pressure is. I think all of those fairly young kids, maybe also including myself, always just playing on. Doesn't matter if you're at 1 minute or at half an hour. You're always just playing to get better, and I don't know if easy draw is even in his vocabulary. I'm not sure. So yeah, if I would have to predict the move, I think I would predict a5 with the idea of just starting the queenside attack. But also other moves come to mind. For example, like bishop b5, maybe the b4 pawn is hanging. So maybe that is not a great move. But a move like knight f5 definitely comes to mind. So different options. But we get some moves at Kostya's game. So rook g1 has been played, very logical. And now queen d7, also very logical. And now f3 is possible, h3 is possible, to just trade off some pawns and to break at on, I don't know, on the pawn on g4. So I think f3 will be played. Kostya will take and then takes back, and you trade off the rook. Or maybe that's a little bit better for white. Maybe you should just after f3 go rook g8. Yes, I think that's more likely. So I think if f3 is played, then you just go rook g8 to defend the pawn on g4. And then I think it's heading towards a draw. If you look at the eval bar, it says 0, 0, 0, indicating that we might get some liquidation, and then it might just head into a draw. But as I said, a draw with the black pieces as the underdog is a good result, even though he had chances to even go for more. But it's looking fine here. So his opponent is still taking a think, as he should. He has like 10 minutes left, so he doesn't have a lot of time, but he has some time, and he should use that wisely. So yeah, let's see. What can you do if White wants to play for a win? Chat, has someone got any idea what you could do if you want to play for a win? If you play a move like f3 or h3, I can't make arrows. What is happening? Ah, my screen froze again. This issue will fix itself in just a second. Yeah, but what I wanted to say is if you go f3 or h3, then it's heading towards a draw. But if you're Daniel Leal, maybe you want more. Now that it's equal, maybe you want to squeeze your opponent and make him show that he knows how to hold this position. Yeah, so I'm not sure. If you want to go for more than a draw, then it's pretty hard actually. Like there are basically no good pawn breaks. I don't really know what you could try. Yeah, I have basically no idea. And f3 has f3 been played? No, it has not. I just played that move. Okay, queen d7 on the board. Oh, and we get a move in Zach's game. What happened there? I think he just went queen b6. Queen b6, yeah. So he is wanted to repeat. And maybe his opponent is fine with the draw. Ooh, but Zach is not fine with the draw. Zach does not repeat moves and does not go for queen d4, but he plays knight d4. That's a very good try, and it shows that he is optimistic and that he wants to play for a win. What he could have done is just repeated the position one more time. He could have played queen d4, queen b7, queen d2, queen b6, and now knight d4. That was possible, I think. Or was it? Was it not? No, it was possible, yes. He could have done that to save some time, because now he is down a little bit on the clock, and it's not very easy. The position is not easy at all, actually. So knight d4, and now a5 has been played, I see in chat. a5? Oh no, there's no pawn on a5 yet. No, I think it's still... Yes, a5 has not been played yet. Oh yeah, that's your prediction, yeah, sorry. I thought a5 has been played. No. Okay. But a5 makes sense here. So it's also mentally not easy, because I think his opponent Alexandro thought, now we'll make the draw, but Zach showed that he wants more than just a draw. And that's very good. Zach is a very ambitious player. And I'm very excited to see what will happen, because we might get a mutual time scramble in this game, because both players are pretty much already almost in time trouble. But yeah, let's go over to Kostya's game, because we get some moves. So h3, engine says not the best, and there's some move, but I'm not sure if this is important. Rook g8 has been played. Yeah, okay, just some small detail where Kostya could have had some small advantage. I'm not sure. Now I think he will take on g4. Kostya will take with the pawn, maybe. Yeah, and then we'll just then they'll just see what happens from then on out. Probably g3 could be played at some point, and then they could trade off all the rooks, and then it should just be a pretty easy draw. So let me just show what I mean. If you take and take, and now white does some move, now g3 is possible to now take all of the rooks off the board. Okay, but this seems to be very good for white. Okay, it makes sense because this bishop is way better than this bishop, so white has an advantage, but I wouldn't think that I would not think that it's that much of an advantage here. But it's also g3 not necessary. You don't have to do that. You can just do nothing and just wait, because white can also not really make any progress. So rook here, he takes. You can also take with the rook, and now Kostya will spend some time, I think, because this is a critical moment. Now the question is, do you take the pawn with your pawn and keep both of the pairs of rooks? Do you take with your rook, and after rook takes, then take with the pawn? Or do you take with your rook, after rook takes, then take with your rook? And then the question is, what do you do on rook takes? I think I just said rook takes like 10 times in that sentence, but yeah, we will see a lot of rook takes if he takes with the rook. Yeah, so let's see what he goes for. I think he will spend some time because, oh no, he did not. He did go for rook takes. So rook takes g4, and now we will probably see rook takes g4, because white doesn't want to allow black to have this outside pass pawn. So if white were to do like this, then I think black has serious winning chances, because you can trade 2 times like this, then just push the pawn up the board, something like this, and at least you have winning chances here, because this pawn is so strong. And even if you were to lose it somehow, I think maybe it's still even a draw, maybe not, I'm not sure. But this pawn is very strong, and you can push it up the board and then try to play for a win. So yes, he goes for rook takes. And now the question is, do we get rook takes or do we get pawn takes? Both are fine, it's just what he wants to do now. He could trade all of the heavy pieces. Yes, and he does that. He goes for rook takes. Now we will see rook takes, and then the question is, does he take back with the queen or with the pawn? That's the important question here. Or does he do something different? On the live board, on the camera I should say, okay, it's still on the first rook takes. Okay, and we get, no, we don't get rook takes. Oh yes, we do. So rook takes g4. Oh, this is a mistake. Why is this a mistake? I thought this is the best move by far. What? I don't understand chess anymore. How is this a mistake? Ah, because queen takes, and then you have this good bishop endgame. Maybe, but you can... Ah, yes, that was the position. Ah, we get h takes, and that's a mistake actually, a missed chance. So queen takes g4 was definitely better, but maybe also not by that much, because if the queen takes and pawn takes, okay, I think this should just be a draw fairly easy. I think you can go c3 and then run your king to the other side, something like this. Yeah, I think that should just be an easy draw. Okay, but we get queen d1. And the eval bar is showing a very tiny advantage for white. That's the first time that white has an advantage in a long time. Like really in a long time. Okay, now it's back to 0-0 again. And I think that this game will be a draw, but now Kostya has to at least kind of show a little bit of technique, and he might have to suffer a little bit. Because in the long term his pawn structure is not great and his minor piece is inferior, slightly at least. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying to play this position, maybe. Maybe you can just make a quick draw somehow, like trade the queens and then put your king on d6 and then nothing ever happens to you. That should be possible somehow. Maybe you can put your queen on g7, then go g3, and then somehow trade the queens. I think if you manage to trade the queens, then there's nothing to play for anymore, and I think that should be a draw fairly soon. But yeah, let's see how Kostya does it. It's also important to mention that he is up on the clock by a lot. So Leal is in time trouble right now. And maybe Kostya wants to kind of still play for a win here. It's not easy, but if you're in time trouble, then you might blunder somehow. So maybe that's why he didn't check with the queen, because he thought that's just too easy to hold. Maybe he's more ambitious. But it's hard to play for a win here, but not impossible, not at all. Black play g6 on Zach's board. Yeah, let's go there. Let's go back to Zach. g6. I think it's very logical. And now queen e3 has been played. And this seems to be a mistake. Okay, why is this a mistake? Maybe I should ask a different question. Why is this not a mistake? Like, what is the point of this move? Does he want to go knight f5? Maybe. Maybe knight f5. It looks a little bit weird, but knight f5 is probably the idea behind it. Yeah, I think that's probably the idea, but I'm not sure exactly if he wants to go for that. But maybe yes. Okay, but let's see what happens if you just go back with your queen once again. This is like pretty similar to what we had, only the queen is on e3 now. Yeah, okay, I think this is a little bit better than the position we had before, but it's also just like a small detail. So queen e3. But why is this a mistake? Like, what's the move for black here? What do you do? Because knight f5 is a threat, somehow a little bit. Maybe, no, maybe I don't know. Maybe I just don't know. Chat, does anyone know what the move is here? Because I don't. I don't know. Okay. Ah, maybe you can go bishop b5. That's, yes, I think that should be the move. That's often an idea in the French, where you have, oh yes, engine says bishop b5, but you can't see him playing that. I think I can see him playing that actually. And just as I say that, he goes to b7. That's the wrong square for the right piece. But his idea might be similar to the engine's idea. He might want to play a5 followed by bishop a6 in order to trade his bad bishop for the white good bishop. That's the idea behind this move probably. And you're also opening up the c file, and you're also threatening knight c6. So this is a multi-purpose move. So knight c6 is pretty annoying actually, because then your something will get traded and maybe then there's nothing much happening, and if you want to play for a win, so yeah, I'm not sure. You were counting the white bishop as a bad one. Okay, I will try to convince you that this is a bad bishop and that this is a good bishop. Right now, maybe it looks like this is a bad bishop because it's not developed yet, but this is only a short-term issue. You can play one move with the bishop, put it on d3, and now the bishop is better than this bishop is at least. You always look at the color of your pawns, and here the majority of the pawns, and especially the pawns in the center, are on dark squares. So pawn on e5, pawn on f4, pawn on h4, even b2, all of those pawns are on dark squares. So that's why this bishop is pretty good, because it can coordinate well with the pawns. The pawns protect and attack the black squares, so like this, and the bishop attacks the light squares. And let's do exactly the same thing for this bishop. All of the pawns are basically on light squares, and that's why all of the black squares are a little bit weak. So there's a hole there, there's a hole there, and there, and there, and there. All of those squares are just a little bit weak. I think one of the best moves would be to just take the bishop and put it on a black square, on a dark square. That would be amazing. If you could move the bishop like a knight one time in the game, I think this would be perfect moment to do it. Now, if you could play bishop c5, that would be a great move. First of all, because it's just winning material, but also because then your bishop would be amazing. And right now it's just not very good. And now let's get to why bishop b5 was such a good move. So as you heard, this is the good bishop, this is the bad bishop, so it makes sense to trade them off. And then also, you might be wondering, what just happens if you take on b5? First of all, you can't take with the knight, because then the queen will just be hanging. That would be GG, game over. But then if you take with the bishop, which is also pretty bad, I think, then you take with the a pawn, and now you open up the a file. So rook a8, queen a5 could happen in the near future, and then there will be this huge attack on this pawn. And black is a little bit better, but I think practically this is not easy to play, especially with 8 minutes on the clock. Okay, so let's see what happened in the game. He went bishop e7, and now Zach finally developed his bishop. He played bishop e2. Okay, so he probably wants to put his bishop on f3. That's what I would think. Maybe he does want that, but I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so he could also have played bishop d3. Bishop e2 is also fine. Bishop d3 would also have been an option. Yeah, so now what does black want to do? Does he want to play a5 and then bishop a6 next move? Maybe he does want to do that. a5 now seems pretty logical. You only have to think about what happens on knight f5. You have to trade queens, because otherwise the knight would infiltrate. That would be very bad. Let's just show that. a5. Zach's idea was probably to play knight f5. You can't take the knight with any piece, because then the queen is hanging. and you can't also move the queen away, because now the knight jumps into d6, and this is losing, because this knight is first of all forking the rook and the king, but you don't even have to take the rook, because your knight is such a strong piece on d6. You probably should, don't get me wrong, but the knight is still a very, very strong piece, and that would be tragic to do that. So you trade queens, and now we get this position, and I think now the idea of black should be to somehow get bishop a6. Maybe first of all you improve your piece placement, but then you should go for rook a8, bishop a6, something like that, just in order to trade off those two bishops. I think that's the best plan you have right now, because then after that, I think that black might even have a small advantage. Let's just make some moves, like you go here and then this. I'm not really sure, but now in a position like this, the knight can go to f5, and like in this position, I would prefer to be black, because black has at least something to play for. There's this weakness on g2, but okay, this should be a very easy draw, but at least white can never really win, or even play for a win. Yeah, so that would probably be the plan. So knight f5 is a move, and I think Zach wants that move, but it's also not said that that's the case. So knight c6 was played instead, and now we had rook g d1. Yeah, makes sense. Now Zach's opponent can trade the knights and then trade the queens if Zach takes back with the queen, and I think then Zach will just have a slightly better endgame. Very slightly better, but it should be a little bit better, because the bishop is just way better than the other bishop. So yeah, rook g1 has been played, and Kostya also played a move. But before we look at that, I will take a very short break. I will be back in like 3 minutes. I'll just get something to drink and then we'll be good. So I'll see you in like 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, see you soon. Hello, I'm back. So, what did I miss? What did I miss? So, in Zach's game, Zach took with the rook. Okay. Yeah, you can play like that. I thought he wanted to take with the queen. Looks a little bit more natural, because right now you're just putting yourself into this pin, and if you move the rook, then black can trade queens anyway. So I thought you wanted to take with the queen, but as you can see, this is not that important. But I think taking with the queen is the move that I would have played, but this is also okay. Yeah, let's look at Kostya's game. Oh, and a lot of moves have happened. So, b5. Makes sense to strike on the queen side. He took, and Kostya took, and now queen h1 has been played, trying to infiltrate into the position. And now Kostya played e4. Interesting move. Takes. And now a3 has been played. And now king b7. And this is the current live position. So a lot has happened in my break. So here he played a3 because he wants to do something active with his queen. But the problem is if he moves his queen to h5, for example, now, then just queen b1 and checkmate will happen. So he played a3 to kind of prevent any checkmating ideas. Now king b7 has been played, also to there's also prophylaxis to step out of the check on h8. He played bishop c3. This is looking pretty equal, but also very open. So the position is very opened up right now. If they were to trade queens, I think they would immediately agree on a draw. But I don't really see that happening in the near future, at least. Like, I have to make up a scenario how to trade queens. I don't really know how you could trade queens here. And I think Kostya doesn't need to do that. King a6 has been played. Interesting move. He wants to run his king up the board. And Leal doesn't have too much time, so it's great that Kostya is playing fast. So if Leal does a mistake here, then Kostya still has enough time to calculate and to find the right continuation. Okay, well, let's see what he does. There's a little bit of delay. I'm always forgetting that. Okay, let's look at Zach's game real quick. While we're waiting for Leal to make a move. So a5 was played by Alexandro, and now Zach doubles on the d file. Engine not agreeing, but only by a small margin, so it's nothing important. This is completely fine. I think the idea is to somehow remove the queen out of this pin, and after that to break here with g4, h5, something like this. But I don't exactly know how. Maybe you go queen h3. Yeah, that's maybe an idea. Queen h. Oh, it's black to move. But yeah, maybe you want to go queen h3, then g4, and open up some space here, and then try to go for some attack, or at least to go for some activity. But you have to be careful, because in the meantime, black will also try to go for some attack, and black will also take the king. Black will play a4, b3, a4, a3, something like that, and just try to open up some files or create some weak squares around the king. And you have to be careful. Rook cd1 has been played. Let's look at Kostya's game, king a2. Yep. Okay, so Leal has to make 4 more moves until he reaches the time control. And I think that's definitely doable for him. Because first of all, he's pretty good in blitz. The last tournament we played together, he beat me in every single game of our blitz games. Oh wait, there's no additional time. Is there no additional time? Wow, what? No? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That changes everything. Whoa. Then we will have 2 mutual time scrambles at the same time. Oh wow, that's way more exciting. I thought he just has to play 4 more moves. Oh, what? Oh, your dad is playing. Oh, no time on move 40. Yeah, some tournaments do that. Also a tournament I played together with Zach in Spain, they also did that. In Germany, that's almost never the case, but Spain does that a lot, and Italy also. But I thought they would get an additional 30 minutes. Okay, but then that changes everything. Okay. So Alexandro plays bishop a6. That's what he wanted to do all of this time. And now the question is, do you take, do you let him take, or do you maybe even step aside? But I think you shouldn't step aside, because then this bishop is definitely more active than it was before. And there are even some ideas of going to c4 and to starting like this big attack. And I think you should trade the bishop. The question is just, do you take right now or do you let him take? That's the question. You could also completely unnecessarily play rook d3. That's, that's a move. I don't know why you would do that, but it works. The tactics work out in your favor. So get this queen trade and then this bishop trade. Then we will have a rook endgame with 2 rooks on the board for each side and not much happening, and this would probably just be a draw. The engine slightly prefers black, but I think practically you hold this like 95% of the time, maybe even more. So you could try something like that, but you're also in no rush. You can also take on a6, go queen d3 if you want to just play for a draw, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Zach does that. He takes on a6, and now he plays a3. a3, wow, okay. That's an interesting move. Usually you don't want to open up your king if you have opposite side castling, but here it might be different. I think this is a great move by Zach. I think it's a great move. You're challenging this pawn on b4, and if he takes on a3, you take with your queen, and you're doing 2 things now. First of all, you're cutting off the king, and the king can not castle very easily, and then also you just created this weakness on a5. So you can first of all play like a move like c3, maybe, not sure about that, but you can try to attack this pawn, like put your rook on a4 and then go for some b4 ideas. So you have something to play for if he takes e3. Maybe he can just like play rook b8 or something like that. Okay, he goes queen c6, also fine. We get rook d2, protecting the pawn. And now we have to be a little bit careful, but it looks completely fine at the moment. This pawn is still hanging on b4, so you could take or protect the pawn. But yeah, I think this is also heading towards a draw. Heading towards a draw is the game of Kostya, but it's not over yet. Queen a4 has been played, queen d1, queen c6, and now the queen took on g4, the queen took on e4. Okay, interesting developments here. So now the pawn on c2 is hanging, but there are also like a lot of checks incoming. So queen c8 is possible right now, and it shouldn't be mate because the bishop cannot get into the attack, but we might just see a perpetual check. So I can imagine like this, and then we just see this repetition. That's not out of the question, but maybe one of the players is more ambitious. I don't know if Kostya can play for more than this perpetual, because I'm not sure if he can get out of it. Maybe he can run his king like all the way around the whole board. It's kind of like this, and then like run there. Something like this might be possible. So maybe he can get out of those checks. Yeah, it seems like he is probably able to get out of the checks. But then you're dropping the a7 pawn, and it's not easy at all. Okay. Let's see. No move on Zach's board yet, and everyone is in a time scramble right now. Kostya has more time than all of the other players combined. It's close, but he does. So Kostya is not has not that much pressure right now, but Leal on 2 minutes and with no additional time, this is so hard and not over yet. So Alexandro takes on a3, we get queen takes a3. Yeah, I think you could have thought about castling and just sacrificing that pawn, because now you can't castle anymore, and it's not very easy to play this position from the black side. Now I think I will prefer to be white actually. So I think I will prefer to be white, yes. Because this queen is pretty active, and okay, black can probably play queen c5 and go for the queen trade. And then you take, then rook takes, and this should be very equal. Can even play b4, which is unnecessary, but you can. And this is very, very drawish. But I think if I had to choose a side, I would pick white. That happens on the board. So queen a3, queen c5 is on the board. And everyone seems to be getting kind of nervous now. Okay, let's see. So queen c8 check has been played, king b6, queen d8, now king b7. This is the current live position. And now with queen d7 there's a perpetual, but maybe Leal wants more here. Maybe he wants more with some, not right now because this pawn is hanging, but if he goes like king b2 and then bishop a5 or something like that in the next turn. Okay, it's getting complicated. First of all, he gives this check. So now don't go to a8. Do not do that. That would be mate in one. That would be very tragic. I think he went to b8. Yes, king b8. And now what to do? Like this is a perpetual, and maybe they will just end up making a draw. But I'm not entirely sure about that. I'm not entirely sure about that. So Leal doesn't have a lot of time, so playing on is very risky for him. And also, I don't think if you are even able to play on here. I don't know that. So king b8 has been played, and if you want to play on, what do you even do? First of all, you have to go king b2, but there are all kinds of counterplay ideas. Like if a queen lands on c1, that would be very bad news, for example. But right now that's just not possible. Okay, if you go king b2, first of all, black has to make a move. And black doesn't really want to make a move. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you do after king b2. Oh, maybe you can play queen b7 and just trade the queens, and then it should be an easy draw. Okay, and otherwise the pawn is hanging, and you queen d1 is not a move you want to play if you're playing on. So I think we will just see the repetition. Queen b5 has been played, king c8. Now this would also be a repetition. Can also go there and then repeat like this. So there are all kinds of repetitions, but I don't see a good way to play on. What he wants to do is get the king to a black square so that he can activate his bishop with a tempo. I don't know if this is winning now, but king d8 would be a bad move because now bishop a5 is possible. Oh, maybe not bishop a5, but this is completely unnecessary. So you can just go back and defend your pawn, and you're still attacking this, and this move is coming, so yeah, king d8, queen c5, okay. Now you can go to b7 again. And I think Leal will continue giving some checks, but eventually he will realize that there's nothing that the checks are leading to. And I also don't know if Kostya wants to maybe play for more, but that's just not possible. Maybe if he can block the checks with the queen on c6 somehow, but yeah, I think that's not really possible. The only try would be if he could run his king like up the board and take one of the pawns. Then it would be a different game, but I think that's just impossible. So Daniel Leal can just make a draw if he wants to, but he doesn't have to. So let's check out Zach's game in the meantime. They traded queens and rook d3 happened, rook 2 d3, and this is probably the idea. And I think that black has to be slightly careful here maybe. So let's see, if you go castles, rook a3, let's just make some moves. Like if you play like this, and if you're not careful for one move, then you could maybe go here and try to win that pawn, but there's also this. Okay, let's just show what I mean. Like if you go into a position like this, I think here Zach has definitely got some winning chances because this pawn is just dropping now, because this is a weakness. So if you go rook a8, then b4 will be played, probably. I can also just take on b4. Yeah, no, that's okay. Maybe this is a little bit exaggerated. Yeah. Okay, I think this is still heading into a draw, and there's not much to play for. But he goes, we get exactly those moves. Yeah, okay, so it's not a draw yet. The score sheets are not signed, but I think both games are heading towards the draw. But in the meantime, we get Leal down to 21 seconds, so he has to make a move at some point. And he does. He plays King b2, and now it's possible to play Queen b7, trade the queens, and then basically agree to the draw. And then black can place the king on d5, and maybe even play for more if you trade, which is maybe not great. Maybe you can just run, and run. And if you have your king on f3, then you could try to play for more. But this shouldn't be possible because the king on c3 is also attacking this pawn, and a position like this, the king just can't move because this pawn is hanging, and the bishops will just move around until 50 moves have been played, or they will shake hands and agree on the draw. So queen b7 is possible, but Kostya is not rushing this decision, which is the right choice, because he has time on the clock, so he can also spend some time. Where can you find the live board? The live board is from chess.com. In the other stream of the Chess Dojo on the Chess Dojo channel, there is a pinned comment with the live board, and there you can find it. Or you can go to chess.com and search for Montesilvano, and you will also find the tournament. Ah, yes, thank you very much. There is the chess results. I think I'm not a mod on Zach's channel. Maybe I am actually. But yeah, I think I'm not. Yeah, so I can't send links into chat. So exactly as you say, Zach needs a second weakness to attack. If Zach would have a second weakness to attack, this would be a completely different game, because then he can strategically maneuver his pieces around and then just try to outplay his opponent. But unfortunately for Zach, there's just this one weakness, which is not enough. And first of all, he has to also defend his kind of weak pawn. And yeah, I think both games are very close to a draw. I think both games are very close to a draw. They might even end on approximately the same time. We get some more moves in the next game. Rook b8, king c2, activating the king, also doing that. And now rook b5. So the rooks on b5 and c5 are just protecting everything, and now I wouldn't really know how to play for a win. I basically have no idea how to play for a win here, because you can't activate your king any further because the pawn on b2 is hanging. Okay, I guess you can start by going rook a2 and then putting your king on d4, but what then? What is next? How do you make any progress? That's not easy. It's basically impossible actually. Maybe you can try to go rook a2, king d3, maybe g3 one time, and then rook b3 is annoying. I wanted to make c4 work at somehow, but it's not really working. Maybe you can just play it immediately actually. Yeah, somehow c4 might be like the only try, like b3 c4 as you suggest. Okay, he goes rook b3, trading off one pair of rooks. Then maybe he will go c4 next move. And there's still a little bit of hope. If he takes, then I guess it's definitely a draw, but he can still try something. if he can put his king on a4 and then infiltrate with his rook, I think then it's already close to winning. You might be able to create a position where you have 4 against 4 on the king side and 1 against 0 on the queen side. So that would be a position with huge winning chances. But this shouldn't be possible right now. So, yeah, but let's get back to the game. Alexandro only has 20 seconds remaining on his clock. So he has to make a move. And he's not sure what to do. He's not sure what to do. And he sees the clock. Yeah, the live boards are not perfectly aligned with the 15 minutes delay. Let me check that once again. Okay. That's a little bit weird. So rook b3, rook takes, king e7 has been played. So this is the current live position. I will just try to do it that there's exactly 15 minutes. So like this. I don't know why this happens. And here, let's go. Yeah, okay, I think it's okay. So both games heading towards a draw, and we see queen b7 played by Kostya. That's the best move. It's at least it's a great move. a4, a6 takes, and they will agree on a draw pretty soon. So black will run to d5, white will put his king to c3, and they should agree on a draw any second now, actually. So Zach played rook f3. Yes, now the live cameras also aligned better than. Yeah, that's good. Let's go there actually. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying my best here with the live video. With the 15-minute delay, it's a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. And Kostya goes e4. Idea is to go e3. So I think we will see bishop d4 on the board to prevent this e3 push. Or just maybe king b4 also. King b4, e3, and then this is a very easy draw. Because if, yes, king b4, e3, and I think they will play it out, but we will see a very, very easy draw. He will take on e3, Kostya will take on e3, and then white will take the pawn on c4, but the good thing for Kostya is that he just has to sacrifice his bishop for the c pawn, because this pawn is this pawn is the opposite color of this bishop. So only with the pawn on the a or h file and the bishop with the wrong color, you are not able to win. So this is a very easy draw now. You can take on c4, but Kostya will just give up his bishop for this pawn at some point, or white just won't be able to do any progress, and then it will be a draw. King takes c4, king c6. Yes, and everything is just heading towards a draw. I will actually ask them if they want to. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, so king c6 has been played, and this will be a draw. So Leal doesn't have any time, but doesn't matter because... Okay, bishop d4. You shouldn't take the bishop, because then it might not be a draw anymore. I think it's not a draw anymore. Let's check. No, it's completely losing. But you can just move the bishop out of the way, and then you're good. And nothing will happen in this game anymore, and they will agree on a draw shortly. Okay, so I think we'll focus on Zach's game from now on. King d7, king a4, king c7 has been played. So with king a4, he is allowing rook c4 check, which is picking up this f4 pawn. Okay, why now he plays g3. But that's very brave of him, that he goes king a4 and allowing black to take on f4 and on h4, and the g2 pawn is weak. But I guess he's arguing that his passed pawn on b2 is stronger than the black's play. But that's pretty brave. To evaluate this with no time on the clock is very hard. So I think I wouldn't have done that, but it was the right choice. But still, now everything is heading towards a draw. There's no time on the clock though. He made his move with 5 seconds left. King b6. Okay, and I mean there's a little bit to play for. Rook b3, rook b8, attack this pawn. Obviously this is a draw, but you can try a little bit if you're Zach. So this, just updating the live board. Yeah, no one has any time here. So this, okay, king a6. You can infiltrate now. You just have to be a little bit careful of this rook also infiltrating, but I think that you're just faster. So you can put your rook here and then somehow try to create a passed pawn with b4 at the right moment. So it's not over yet. Rook b8, rook b4 check. So how do you make any progress from here? You could go there and now then b4. Nah, I think it doesn't make any sense. Anything is probably just still a draw. But you can try if you're white and also if you're black. Rook c4 check has been played. The king has to move. Or is Zach thinking about b4? Maybe you can also try b4. But it shouldn't be... Now maybe it's a draw if he takes the... No, I don't know. That's too hard for me. He goes king a3, okay. Yeah, and once black plays rook e4, you attack this pawn, and then you take this pawn, and all of the pawns are falling, kind of like this. That would be a 3 against 3, and in a position like that, I think if someone is winning, then it should be white, or if someone even has winning chances, it should be white. But yeah, okay, I think this is just heading towards a draw. Rook c7, yeah, not trying to do anything active, not infiltrating here, just playing the safe move. And yeah, now it's very hard to create a passed pawn, because this pawn will always be hanging, and I don't really know what you can do here. Maybe you could try king b3 and try to waste a move. So if this was the position, with black to move, it would still be complete draw, obviously, but maybe you can try something like that. He goes king a4, rook c4, and now he goes b4. Okay. So he really wants to win. He's trying everything in his power to do so, and his opponent doesn't have much time left. It was very smart of Zach that he repeated the moves one time. So b4, I think if you take, he takes back with the pawn, and then you at least have a passed pawn, but also your opponent has a passed pawn. This is an outside passed pawn, but this is a protected passed pawn, and the question is which one of those is stronger here. Also, Kostya's game had some developments, and Kostya agreed to a draw. That's the final result in his game. They did not shake hands yet, I believe, but you will see it very, very shortly after this. They will shake hands and agree on the draw, and I think that's a good result for him. He's gaining some rating through this draw, and drawing a GM as the underdog with black, that's a good result, even though there was even more possible today. But I think that's definitely a good result. Ooh, that goes b5. Okay, king a7, rook f8, king b6. Now it's getting complicated. Oh my god, there are some complications here. This is not easy at all now. This is a game for 3 results all of a sudden. It was a very safe game, but then Zach went for b4, and now nobody has time, and I have no idea what's going on. So rook c4 and king takes b5 might happen, but Zach is also very fast with picking up all of those pawns. So the first question is, what happens if you just take? I think that's the only move. Maybe you can repeat, but Zach doesn't want that. He wants to play for a win. Okay, he repeats one time. Now after rook f8, the question is, does he just take the draw? Or maybe Alexandro plays something different. After rook f8, he could also take on g3. But that would allow king takes a5. And I think there white has serious winning chances. Rook d8. Okay. Idea is to go rook d7. And also this pawn on a5 is still hanging. I really like this move actually. Okay, I think king b6 will happen again. And then what? What do you do after king b6? Rook d7 maybe? Then rook c7. That's a very complicated pawn endgame. Should just be a draw though. Okay, king b6. Now we will see Zach's idea. Rook d6 check. Yes, this is good. This is good. You can't go king c5 because of rook c6. And now you take the rooks. And now you run. And you run. And you run. And now you go here and you put the queen in front of the pawn and you win. So he goes king c7 instead of king c5. Now I think king takes a5 will be played, but Zach has to be careful because, oh, he goes for b6, okay. King b7. Now he can take on a5, threatening rook d7 also. I think Zach is doing a great job in time pressure, playing for a win. I really like what he's doing here. King b7, so he can take on a5, he can also do this. I think that's just stupid. I think king takes a5. Okay, he does this. Okay. Now at the very least, black can go a4. But then rook d7 though. King c8, rook takes f7. This is getting complicated. It's getting complicated. I have no idea what's going on here. This is pretty crazy position actually. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what is happening here. Rook b3, king takes a5, rook a3, and now we might see a repetition. King b5, rook b3, king a5, rook a3. That would be a repetition. And if you go king b4, then I think you take on g3. And then black is probably better. So yeah, king b5, rook b3. You can play king c5, rook c3, king d4. But then also just take on g3. So I think this game will end now with king a5 and rook a3, and then king b5 and rook b3. I predict that will be the end of the game. And then we will end today with 2 draws, which is not bad. Not bad for any of them. On the live bot we now see king takes a5. Rook a3. Okay, so there's a little bit of delay, but I think now the game will end. I can confidently say that. Because there's actually nothing else to do. I think Zach tried everything there is in his power, but right now there was just nothing left to do. Because if you step away from protecting this pawn, then the rook will take this pawn, and then I think black can try to win. King c5, rook c3 will happen. If you take on g3 now, then I think after rook d7, yes, white is completely winning here. It's not obvious why, but the pawn is very strong, and now you might be able to take on f7. Yes, this is winning because the king is infiltrating, and you will have 2 passed pawns, and that will be enough. So rook takes c3 is not possible. Oh, he goes for king d4. Wow! He's really trying everything that he can. Okay, but now rook g3. If you go rook d7 check, then king takes b6, and this, you're down a pawn. But rook f6, rook takes here. This is looking dangerous for Zach all of a sudden. I think you should have just taken the draw, because here there's nothing. I think he has to suffer a little bit here. King d4. Now I think Alexandro can take on g3. Should just be a draw still, but after rook d7, king d6, rook f7, rook g4, rook f6, rook h4, rook e6, rook f. Oh, this is check. Ah, that changes everything. What? Now it's winning? Okay, I don't understand chess. Okay, you have to go back. But this is very far from the game. So it shows it's still not over. Okay, he takes on g3, rook d7, takes on f7. So this is the current live position. And it's still a draw, but yeah, as you say, he's low-key playing for a loss. But he's trying everything in his power to play for a win. So rook f6 is coming, and the pawn might become weak, so I'm not sure what is happening here. I really don't know. Okay, so I think we will also have Kostya. Okay, I'll hide his camera. Yep. Okay, so we will have post-game analysis today. And first of all, I think we will just take a look at this game and stay until this ends. Because now Zach has really tried everything in his power. Everything to win. And I think it will end in a draw. I know I've said this like 5 times, but he really tried everything that there is to try. So yeah, now I'm not Sure, he takes on f7 on the live board, and they are taking the new score sheet, so he's trying everything, even wasting some paper. He really wants to win this. And as we saw, it's not completely, totally over, so there's still a little bit to play for. Still a little bit to play for, but it should just end in a draw. Oh yeah, I'm sorry for that. Yeah. Okay, but what to do now? Now they got some time because they made some quick moves. So now Alexandro is taking his time here, as he should, because it's a pretty complicated position. Right now he is up a pawn, but that will change very, very soon. So now he has to decide, does he go for this pawn and then this pawn, or does he play king c6 and then try to defend this, but then there will be rook e7 and rook g4, and this is probably not the way to go. So I think rook g4 should be played, but also king c6 is very probably still a draw. But he's taking his time. He's already spent 2 of his 3 remaining minutes just on this move. But this is a critical position because now you have to decide, what do you want to do? He's below 1 minute again. So rook g4 is the move that comes to mind. But there are also different moves. Like you can also play rook f3 maybe to cut off the king. And then you run over with your king, and once the rook takes anything, then you take. So maybe rook f3 is also okay, but and then here you go like king c7, something like this is playable. Oh, and we got a move. He played rook g4. Yep, makes sense. And now Zach can either play rook f6 or king e3. But I think everything should just be a draw at the end. Rook f6, king c7. Now rook takes e6. That would be one continuation to end the game in a draw. Like take all the pawns, then this 1v1 with only one pawn remaining is a very easy draw. So this is one possible way of the game ending. So now I can confidently say that will very probably be a draw. Like there's basically, it's just over. Rook takes e6. Maybe Zach also sees the draw after rook takes e6 and he tries something else. I don't know what that would be, but maybe. Because Zach doesn't want a draw. He's tried everything. And I always thought now the game will be over, now it will be over, but I was wrong all of the time. Maybe Zach runs his king up. Then this pawn is hanging, but maybe he goes for some checkmate idea, activating his king, creating a passed pawn. Yeah, but it should be a draw, as I said many times now. But it's not completely obvious, so we can still at least try. But I'm not sure if he wants to try anymore or if it's not too stressful for him. So king c7 has been on the live board. Yeah, so I think he will take on e6. But he's really taking his time here, as he should, because he has the time, so he might as well spend it. But I think he will take on e6, and all the pawns will get traded, and then at the end, this position will be a draw. That's my prediction. But I have predicted many things today, and I was wrong most of the time, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not sure if this time I'm right. I'm getting more confident and confident, but still I'm not sure. What is my rating? There is a command that you can use, and then you can find out a little bit more about myself. And also find my Twitch channel, where I'm also streaming from, by the way. Yeah, so Zach, he just played a move, he took on e6, and black will take on f4, and then takes, and takes, and that will be the game. So now it's clear that the game will end in a draw. You can also take on h4 first. Doesn't really make sense, but it's also completely fine. It will just be a draw either way. Yeah, he takes on f4, king d5. And we will see the handshake pretty soon. So he will take on h4, rook takes g6, and then it will just be a draw. Oh, I'm sorry. So the game is about to conclude. Zach's opponent Alexandro still thinking here, but he will take on h4 at the end, and then Zach will take on g6, and then somehow both of the pawns will get traded, and maybe even the rooks will get traded, but I doubt it will even get that far. My prediction is that we will see rook takes g6, rook takes h4, e6 with a draw offer, and then they will shake hands. So that's my prediction. But Zach can also try even longer. I've seen him grind endgames where you would think, okay, this is completely drawish, completely equal, nothing to play for. But Zach is a fighter, and he managed to win some positions I would never think are winnable, but he does that. So if you want to win an equal position, Zach is your guy. So this is completely a draw, and there's nothing happening here. But if you want someone in the world, any player, to win this, then Zach is probably the right guy. Yeah, but this should just be a draw. If Zach wins this, I will completely go crazy, but there's no way that Zach will win this. Like, I don't know, if Zach wins this, this would be completely crazy. But I don't even see a way how you could blunder this. If you don't lose on time, I think there's no way of losing this game. You might have a heart attack, okay, but then you would also lose on time, so yeah. I think it will just be a draw. And also, the live board froze, everything froze. Yeah, this happens to me quite a few times. I have to change something about that. Sometimes just everything freezes, and then after a few seconds it's working again. But yeah, right now, okay, now it's working again. So king d7, rook g6, king e7. Okay, you could also take the pawn, but you don't have to if you don't want to. Rook d7. Yes. King f8, king anywhere. It will be a draw no matter what. So king f8. I think Zach will play this out. He won't offer a draw here because his pawn is further up the board than the pawn of his opponent. But still, I believe that there's nothing to do here. There are no tricks or anything like that. Yeah, and the game will end shortly. Yeah, rook h7, rook a7, rook anywhere basically. Everything is just a draw. Like, even if you manage to win the h-pawn and end up trading the rooks for that, it's still a draw. So yeah, there's like nothing to do anymore. a7. You could blunder mate. This would be checkmate. That's a way to lose the game. But that will most likely not happen. Yeah. So rook takes h4 will happen, and then rook will go here and give some checks. And it should be a draw very easily. Rook takes h4, king e6. I could have also just made Zach's board a little bit. Ah, maybe not. Okay. Rook b4, and the rook will give a check from b6 and blockade on the 6th rank, and the pawn will run up the board, and then it will just be a draw. Rook a8, g7. Maybe you can try king d7 to advance your pawn. But there's basically nothing to play for anymore. But you might as well try. Okay, rook a7, you might see repetition. Zach still looking very focused, his opponent also. So I'm not sure if Zach is fine with a draw, or if he doesn't believe in a draw. But I think there's very little chance that he will win this game. Basically, there's no chance that he will win this game. Not even basically, so there's no chance. Like, I can say it right now. Okay, I will say something pretty stupid. I wanted to say if he wins this game, I will go bald, but I don't want to go bald. But there is also no way, so I could say something like that, but I would like to keep my hair, so maybe but there's like no way. I could say that to show how sure I am, but I won't. I won't. Because he's still Zachary insane, and with him you never know. He might just win this game somehow. I guess not, but maybe. Somehow. I don't know. Might as well threaten mate. No, I won't shave my head. I won't do that. I won't. He does threaten checkmate, but his opponent sees the threat. Now king g5, rook e4, and this would be a draw. Yeah, he can go back, then the pawn will run, or the rook goes back. So anything works here. King e6, rook b4. Still no handshake. Still no handshake. Yes. Rook b4 has been played. Rook a8, king g7. I think this is threefold repetition, right? I think we had this position 3 times. Maybe not. King g7. Oh no, I think we didn't actually. But if he goes rook a7, then king f8, then it will be a draw. That's why he goes rook d8. Yes, now he has a winning plan. So he doesn't want the draw, he wants to win. Yeah, so you can push the pawn. You can do any. Black could have claimed the threefold. That's what I thought, but like we had this after move 73, move 69. Maybe, oh no, here the rook went over this position maybe with rook b4, and yes, he could have claimed a threefold repetition in this position, but he didn't. He didn't. Maybe he wants to win. You never know. Rook d8. Rook b6 check. King f5 will probably happen. Oh, rook d6. That's also a nice trick. You can't take the rook, because then the pawn will take. And if you run with the pawn, then you are just too slow, because white is one step ahead and is able to stop the pawn. And also, if you go back with your king, then the pawn can also just run and is cutting off the king. And in the next move, you will just promote and make a new queen, and with that, win the game. So that's also a nice try. Maybe he forced it. Oh, he didn't. Rook d7, king g6. And now maybe you can try rook d5. Maybe then still winning. Yes. Rook d5. Another good try. I think you also can't take. Oh, you can take that actually, and then just put your king to e8. Yeah, so let's see what he does. King d6. Now the pawn is running, at least, somehow. And black has to be very slightly careful. Only very slightly, but a little bit maybe. Yeah, so the pawn is running, and this is not like completely over. Okay, maybe now he found the way. Because on king c7 he will go rook e6, and if you go here, then e6 is not really doing much because the king is in the way, and you can't really remove your king from there. Rook b6 is a good move, but I think there might have been a possibility of losing if you go like rook b1, e6, check here. Not saying that you're but look at this. This would, for example, be losing. e7. Oh no, not. Oh, okay, sorry, because the rook is hanging. It was a long day. It was a long day. Okay, let's just go back to the live position. King f5. Zach has to be careful not to lose this game. Now, rook d5, maybe. Then black can give some checks. And then what to do? Yeah, king f5. The pawn is attacked, so you have to somehow defend it. You can't move forward because it's hanging. So you have to retreat with your rook. but then black can give some checks, and if you don't want to repeat, you have to run like to here, but then the rook can also go in front of the pawn, and then you actually have to be careful not to lose, but it is also then it's fairly easy. So rook d6, rook b7, king f8. Okay, he gave up. Oh, he didn't give up. He didn't give up his pawn, because if you take, then rook h6, and then it will finally be a draw. It will finally be a draw. Hopefully Zach doesn't play on with rook against rook. Maybe he can also win that. I think he won't do. I think he won't. But it's very good that he plays this out and that he doesn't make a draw, because your opponent might blunder, so you might as well just play it out. The last 20 moves or something, it was basically clear that the game will end in a draw, but still it's good that you play it out until the end. So yeah, that's just good to do. Maybe h4 can happen here. Maybe. And my everything froze again, but you guys are still there, and I know that's not a problem. I just can't do anything right now, and in like 15 seconds it will work again, so I have to wait for that. So in the meantime I can yes, so Zach should already be done, but we have like some kind of delay for 15 minutes. Okay, rook 8, 7. Okay. So I just got updated that we won't have a post-game interview in this stream, and I think that the game will also end shortly. So yeah, today I think everything went pretty well. There were basically no technical issues. So the clocks were showing and everything was working. Just the perfect timing with the videos and with the live board was not like not exactly perfect, but I've tried my best and it will get better from round to round. And I do have a question. I saw someone write in chat that the background is a little bit annoying. Do you also think that way? Do you think that the background is annoying? Is it too bright? Or do you think the background is just fine? So if a lot of people think that the background is bad or just like not not perfect, then we can also change the background. And also if anything else in the stream is not like the way you want it to be, then feel free to write it into chat and we will try to figure out a way to improve. So the game will conclude in any second now. I see they are making some moves fast. King e5 has been played. King takes e5 has been played. The rook is attacked, so the rook has to move away. And on the next move, the pawn on h5 will fall. And then the game will end in a draw. I will just wait until we see them shake hands, and after that the stream will be done for today. But who knows, maybe Zach is still winning. Maybe. We never know. So king h6 is on the board for you guys. Now king takes e5 will be played, and the game will be over in any second now. King takes e5 on the board. Rook d1. But Zach is taking his time. So Zach not moving immediately, maybe he still sees something. Okay, we can barely read the points and elo of the players with this background. Yes, that's true. We tried making the boards a little bit bigger, but because there are two boards, it's not easy. But we could also just choose a background which is not as bright, maybe something darker. That would be better, maybe. We had some Italian flag as a background, so that's possible. Or we do something completely different. So if you have any recommendations for a new background, also feel free to just write into chat. I think it looks quite nice, but that's a good point that, okay, you like the background. Yes, I also like the background, but I saw like 2 or 3 people today saying that it was not perfect. So yeah, we are streaming for you guys, so we just want the best for you. And if most of you want a new background, then we'll obviously do that. But I think it should be fine. Maybe we can try to make the board just very slightly bigger so that it's a little bit easier to see the rating and names of the players. But yeah, I think we'll just keep it as is. So, rook d1. Zach goes for rook d1. They are still thinking. That's pretty funny to me. Like, and they finally agree on a draw. Zachary Sane draws today. He's now on 0.5 out of 2, which is a decent result for him. In round 1, he lost to the other streamer, to Kostya. He played a decent game in round 1, but at the end, the better player won. But today he also played quite a nice game. He was better. He was winning. He was not much worse. Only like a little bit at some points, but not really, to be honest. And I think he also played pretty well today. He just rushed with like 1 or 2 critical decisions. If he would have taken like a little bit more time, maybe there was even a win possible today. But anyway, I think he played a good game, and I think this is a decent result. He was somewhat of an underdog today, a little bit maybe. So I think he can be happy with the result today. And yeah, I think with that, I can end the stream for today. Thank you guys for staying till the end. Thank you guys for watching. And I will see you tomorrow, same place, same time. And I will basically cover almost every single other game. So with that, I will end the stream. So guys, see you soon.